Right. Good afternoon and welcome, everyone. We're broadcasting live from Mining Disrupt in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm Jack, and this is John, and we are here on behalf of Protocol Pulse, bringing you the live action as it unfolds, like only the Bitcoin mining industry can deliver. John, tell us, why have we wandered into Mining Disrupt here in the first place?
We've wandered in here so we can, visit with all of our friends in the Bitcoin world, and so we can capture some interviews with some of the thought leaders in the Bitcoin mining industry. We are going to run this live stream all day, and see if we can get a few thought leaders in here and ask them some thought-provoking questions and learn more about the Bitcoin mining industry and what's the latest and greatest innovations that people are here to represent and explain and show off their newest wares. And that's probably it.
All of it.
Yeah.
But it's and I'm learning more about Mining Disrupt as I've been around. It's my second time visiting one. So it's very much like on the hardware, the really nitty gritty nuts and bolts about how the mining industry really works, right?
Yeah.
Which is fascinating to me because it's a thing that I never really was aware of. I was somehow oblivious to it when I first started learning about Bitcoin and just getting into all the kind of the philosophy of it and the problems that it addresses and why we have the need in the world. And all those things were really fulfilling, sort of in a psychological way, or maybe whatever my need was. But now it gets this extra level deepness where where the actual the nuts and bolts have to come together to make the whole system work. And it's really amazing to me to see how innovative it is and how much this event has actually grown.
Yeah. This is my first time at Mining Disrupt, but I had the same experience as you when I started learning about Bitcoin, the nuts and bolts of it, what happens kind of behind the scenes, because it just looks like, a number on a screen most of the time. And then, you start learning about how the mining network supports the entire Bitcoin network and how it wouldn't even exist if there weren't the miners, and how the miners issue the new currency and how the miners secure the network. And then you go around and you see all these like huge shipping containers over here with shells and power transformers and all this crazy stuff. It really helps you sort of see how the physical world actually delivers Bitcoin into the virtual world.
Right. It's like the real connection between the energy from the world being transformed into how do we call it? The monetary
digital energy.
The digital, the thing, the
energy.
Value, the asset, all the things that Bitcoin is.
What is it that Michael Saylor says?
I know. We're supposed to know Michael Saylor quotes off the top of our head.
Right.
Oh my gosh, anyway, I forgot to look him up. I know. No, it's really pretty impressive. There's so many little niches and nuances, and I was just talking to a fellow AI gentleman over there, and he was talking about how the culture is so different kind of here with the mining group, say, than like we would see in Las Vegas or Nashville. And no offense, of course, to those, right? Those fantastic events, but this has like a kind of this larger, a different kind of audience. Like people that are here, they're more like, this isn't a place to evangelize necessarily.
Right.
It's a place where like you kind of got to walk in with a little bit of understanding, I guess, of how the gears
These are
rotate.
the boots on the ground kind of guys here,
right?
Guys and gals. They're the people that are actually out there in the trenches. It reminds me a lot of where I started my career in the oil field industry, where I did international logistics. And,
did you?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't know that. Wow.
And I actually worked in Russia, in the former Soviet Union, in the Wildcat days in the 90s, when all the foreign oil companies were allowed to do joint ventures in Russia and tap into those oil reserves. And it was a crazy time where, you had to really innovate. You had to get your boots on the ground, and you had to get down and dirty to make things happen. And that's kind of how the Bitcoin mining industry feels, is, they're opening up into this new realm of stranded energy, capturing stranded energy. And that was never available, or there was never a customer for it before. and now it's creating all these new possibilities. So
You got a shout out for some of your old Ruski roughneck pals out there?
oh my gosh.
Give them a little plug.
I don't know if I can even
Just make up some
remember.
Russian phrase and say "Kopwa."
Don't put me on the spot like that.
All right. Okay, just kidding. We'll edit that out later. But John made a lot of friends over there.
I made a lot of friends.
He's very
yes.
concerned about Ukraine's safety right now.
I'm not concerned necessarily about the safety of Ukraine. I am concerned about the safety of the people who live in Russia and Ukraine.
I concur.
Those people are fantastic people.
I concur.
And I have lots of good friends
So,
in both places, and I wish they weren't killing each other.
and so since I brought it up that way,
Yeah.
does Bitcoin solve this? I mean, is that part of the, I know we're at a mining conference, but really the true love and ethos, does fix the money really fix the world? Can it help rescue that situation someday?
Well, I believe
It's
it can
possible.
because I believe that the fixed supply of Bitcoin will
see what it was.
eventually prevent the world from printing more money just to go to war. And so it limits the amount of money available to spend in the world. And therefore, we hope that humanity will choose to spend money on productive things and not on things that are negative and not on things that kill people.
Yeah. It's taken me a while. I feel like it's a slow burn for me to understand how all of that has the power, potential to transform us. Like I want to believe it. Like, you know, like, and when I listen to some really great evangelists, like I've heard Nico go off on this, or even Michael Saylor, or some of the greats, right?
Yeah.
And it's getting there for me, but sometimes I'm not quite sure, because I feel like there's this human nature problem that's we're always going to default to, or that fiat type of mentality is going to kind of creep back in and possibly even corrupt this industry if we're not really careful about it. And all the political things, like look at all the things that have happened since Nashville.
Right.
I almost feel like, man, it's almost a whole different cat,
It is.
or you know, a wild animal that can't be caged. And that's kind of how I first came onto it. Anyway, I was just trying to say it's kind of slow. I'm really hopeful about it.
It is a
Sometimes
slow
I'm a
burn.
little cynical, like, oh no, I don't know if it's gonna work.
It's true. It's I mean, you never know, right? It's it's something that you know, it's out there for us to take advantage of as a human race, and
It's also better than doing nothing.
Hopefully, definitely better than doing.
Sorry,
nothing.
interrupt.
It's okay. No. I mean, hopefully the collective consciousness of the human race comes together for the good, rather than allowing the evil to dominate
and propagate. Yep.
Yeah.
So true.
So true.
All right.
So
Glad we solved that
there's
part
our
of the
Bitcoin
problem.
philosophy. All right, we're gonna go. We're gonna let this run. I don't know if Paul and Jack
Are you just gonna let it go, Paul?
We're gonna let it go.
We're gonna let it run.
I'm happy to jump in if you want to grab somebody. Do you want to rotate as well, or you want to hang?
You can go first. I'll hang out.
Cool, let's hang out.
I'm gonna go see if I can find us a thought leader in the Bitcoin mining industry to interview. All right, I'll be back.
Okay.
Stepping in, PBX.
Yeah, BBX,
What's going on, everybody?
JFL. Boop.
It's good to be here.
What's our Pulse Protocol gangs?
That's right. That's right.
Did you,
So
are we on our live feed?
yeah, we got
Didn't
the
even
live
see it.
feed here.
Oh,
We're
snap.
watching ourselves live.
Oh, look at that!
Hi, Mom.
The little latency thing. I love that.
So this is the place where we get the inside scoop.
Yeah.
These are the front line. This is the front line, right, of the Bitcoin industry. Why does mining matter? It's essentially the hardware securing the network. And the more dispersed it is, the more decentralized it is, the more powerful it is. And so our goal is essentially to empower all people from all walks of life to become a Bitcoin miner. And you have multiple vendors here who offer, the equipment to get started.
Can I just run a node and be halfway there, or do I just need to go the distance where I've got a miner actually doing some work.
You can run a node and contribute in that way.
Or is that
there's nothing
is
wrong
it
with
too
that?
superficial?
No, so I'm learning here myself. But from my understanding, you can download the Bitcoin protocol and essentially run it from your computer, right? But nowadays, there's so much specialized equipment, right? These ASIC miners that are running at such an efficient speed that it's hard to have any chance at successfully mining a Bitcoin. Because essentially when you're mining the blockchain, you're facilitating transactions, one. So that's how these Bitcoin miners get rewarded in terms of fees, right? They get a what's called a gas fee when they facilitate a transaction. So that incentivizes them to lend their computing power to the network. But also, the entire time simultaneously, they're solving problems. And these problems are designed almost like they're challenges, or almost like treasure hunts, where everybody is searching for the treasure at the same time with these very advanced computers. And whoever cracks the code first gets to unlock that block. And there's a chance that there will be Bitcoin within that block. And you can have the most powerful mining operation in the world, and obviously significantly increase your chances of unlocking a block first, because now you have 100x that computing power to crunch these numbers, to crunch these problems in real time. And these problems, actually, the way that Satoshi Nakamoto designed it, it's rather brilliant, because the more computing power that enters the Bitcoin protocol space, the network, the harder these problems become to solve, right? So this is called the difficulty curve. And this stops, for example, quantum computers from eating up all the Bitcoins at once, right? Everybody's always worried about that. What's going to happen if quantum computers enter the equation? That's already factored in. So we all know there's only 21 million Bitcoin ever.
Yep.
19 million of them have already been mined. And
Wow.
The rest are going to trickle out, right? Every 4 years we have the halving. So this reduces the amount of Bitcoin that's available in each block. And we know by the year 2145, roughly 2145, something like that, within that time frame is when the last Bitcoin is going to be mined. So here, you can buy yourself a BitAxe miner, which is literally the size of my phone, and you can have a chance at mining a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
BitAxe can find a whole block. Or
Correct.
could.
Yeah. So amazingly, in the last 2 weeks, 2 people have mined a Bitcoin with a BitAxe miner.
BitAxe?
Mhm.
Wow.
And the odds, it's like buying a lottery ticket, right? The odds are 1 in a million. But the fact that it's happened twice within the last 2 weeks is incredible. So that just goes to show when you're participating in the network, you're contributing, right? You're decentralizing the network. And one of the biggest concerns here. What's happening, man?
Look what I brought. I brought Dante Cook.
Dante. Yeah, absolutely. What's your name? Paul? Paul, John. All right.
I'm Jack.
Jack, and then
It's
Scott.
funny, like when you see someone all the time, it's almost like I'm like, oh yeah, I know this guy, and then
Well-
like he doesn't know me.
Well, I met some of the power mining analysis guys, and I heard that like British accent, and I've never seen the dude,
Yeah.
but I heard his voice, and I was like, oh, he's one of the guys. It's like you're in bed, you're
Right, exactly.
on the treadmill, like wherever, you're listening to him, but you've never seen him.
That's
So,
interesting. Yes, you recognize his voice.
oh, 100%. I just turned around, I was like, I know this dude. Yeah, I mean, whatever you guys need, I'm happy to jump on.
Sweet, man. Yeah, we're currently streaming. We're essentially just trying to get like feet on the ground, ears on the ground, just hearing what's happening in real time from like the front line, right? Because essentially, there's all these debates, right? What's happening with regulation? What's going on with the potential quantum computers entering the space, right? What's going on with potentially the centralization of the rules, right?
Yeah.
Because you need that. There's a way to undermine the go ahead and together to go network, right? So anything you have in those regards, like that's something.
Yeah, I mean, I've got lots of thoughts. General thoughts on mining in general. I think all of the problems that we experience in life, you know, whether we're talking about
Sit down.
can I sit down, cool, yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
Sweet.
like fundamentally, like a lot of the problems that we like experience are not real problems. They're not felt problems. They're emotionally felt, but not physically felt. So a lot of times when we're trying to make change in the world, we've got to break through this barrier, which is it's a very human problem and not a technical problem, right? And so what I mean by that is, you know, the Bitcoin space and most spaces in general are notorious for coming out with the facts, the figures, the performance, the CAGR, right? The best performing asset 11 out of the last 14 years, but not realizing we make decisions emotionally and not logically as human beings. And so when it comes to mining, when it comes to all of these sorts of things, like it's not that Bitcoin mining wasn't already the most sustainable industry out there, right? 60%, I think, what Daniel Batten's sustainability index, right? There's no other industry that I think eclipses 20% in terms of renewable energy. So it wasn't a facts problem. It's a perception problem, right? And a lot of it's from the media and a lot of other stuff, right? That all comes from that single article. But honestly, when we're coming to whether it's a local municipality, whether it's policy in DC, whether it's your neighbor, like we've got to stop engaging at the facts and figures level and deal with the person, persuade and influence the person. And that eventually is going to allow, you know, this open, decentralized, you know, massive movement and network with tons of hash rate, more hash rate than the United States Navy, to kind of just continue to move glacially into every part of our society. And so, like, let's knock down the human barriers. Like, let's just kind of move the twigs out the way, and the glacier's coming, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, we create roadblocks when we talk about the facts and the figures and everything else. So I think that's like,
Not everyone responds to that, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel like we've made some progress though in that front? You know, that over the past couple of years, since you know, like you're a leader, a fantastic voice.
Yeah.
Speaking to the industry, and I know that I'll speak for myself. I mean, you connect in a unique way. It's okay, stay here.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of a roundabout way of saying, you know, have you seen it progress? Do you feel like we're making traction on that, or do people retreat to like, I got the numbers, I got the facts, I got the data, and the stuff, and it maybe sells people? Maybe it doesn't.
So one of the things that I learned the most from Michael Saylor, which I think he's probably the most, probably important person in Bitcoin, not because of the amount of money and the things that he's doing. I think it's because he's a great example for how do we actually persuade people. And so Michael Saylor is the master of analogy, right?
Yes.
He's always using, you know, Bitcoin as digital gold. Bitcoin is Bitcoin is capital. Bitcoin is scarcity. Bitcoin is his last presentation, the 21 rules that he lays out about Bitcoin. And he uses analogies that often aren't about Bitcoin at all. He talks about Alaska. He talks about the Louisiana Purchase. He talks about California. He talks about the Versailles Treaty, right? And those are historical facts. Manhattan, right? You can't argue about the value of Manhattan. He's just trying to make a mental bridge between Manhattan and Bitcoin. And so I'm not going to argue with you about Bitcoin. When he talks to policymakers in DC, he probably does the best job of like the Bitcoin. We all know where he lies. They're a Bitcoin development company. That's like in their public documents as a company.
Oh yeah.
That's who they are. They're not crypto company. They're not digital assets company.
Right.
But in order to cross that lexicon and that bridge, the reason that he's in the room with $5 trillion, $10 trillion wealth managers, like that interview he did with Mark Casey at Presidio with Wences Casares a week ago, he's talking about the rooms he's invited into. And the goal is to be in the room.
Yes.
The goal isn't to be right initially, right?
Yeah.
Let the glacier do its thing. And so that's why,
That's
that's a massive shift that's happening. It's just him getting himself into the room, right? How about, like, they're going to propose a framework. So before they propose their own framework, how about I put out the digital assets framework so that I get to be the person that presents it to them? Here's my 5 points, right? So that's why I think it's like the industry's shifting, the industry's moving, and I think it would be wise for all Bitcoiners to not, you know, we obviously can't be Saylor. We're not billionaires. We didn't predict the mobile.com. We don't have hope.com. We don't have michael.com.
Yes.
But
He's an actual rocket scientist.
right. Yeah. Like there's a lot. I mean, like there's like my time as an athlete, right? You realize, like, even if you get to a Division I level or wherever, there's us, and then there's like those guys. Like there's dudes, there's levels to this, right?
Right.
But there are lessons that we can take from all of those people and apply it to our context.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I know you lead with a lot of humility, which is a nice quality that I appreciate about you and listening to you speak in the world. But do you fancy yourself sort of a unique niche or a spot, or like a sort of a relative aspect that you have to the world that kind of helps bring people along or helps people understand? Just like, you know, the way you analyze about Sailor.
yeah, I mean, my ultimate goal with with Bitcoin and with anything else, it's not about the thing. It's like, who do you get to spend it with?
Yeah.
I bet you on our deathbed, nobody's gonna want to you're not gonna die with their seed phrase wrapped around their chest, right? It could be, yeah. Pharaoh, yeah, he was locked up in his mummy. Yeah, he had his gold with him.
He did.
That's taking it to the grave, right? You can't do that. You can take it in your head, right? They can't steal it.
Yeah.
It's honestly going to be the people around your bedside
Yes.
that you die with. I love Tucker Carlson. His dad just came out. He came out with his dad's obituary this morning, and I read it, and it talked about his life and how he was an orphan and grew up in foster care and all this sort of stuff. But it talked about he denied medication for his last week of life and spent it around his bedside with his dogs and his kids.
Really?
And it's like, yeah, he might have a lot of Bitcoin, he might not. But it's like, that's the end of the day. So when I talk about how do I relate with people, my goal when it's orange pilling my family and friends is to be with them. Like, that's the ultimate goal, is for us not to be separated, you know, because of financial reasons, right? Like, we can't spend time together when you're working 2 jobs.
That's right.
Like, your kids,
Or I can't afford that flight to go see you at that graduation.
so it's meaningful only to the end of we get to be together. Like, that's the goal. And so, you know, I don't want to alienate them. Like, I don't want to hard fork family members to say, have fun staying poor, you know, get on or get off, red pill or orange. Like, it happens. That's great for the Matrix. We're not movie directors, right? That's good in the movie.
Yes.
Like, the soft fork, like upgrading people's thinking, that's messy.
Yeah.
And it takes time. You don't want to invalidate everything that they've done before. You know, like, if you're a boomer, you know, and you've had any assets, well, since 1978, interest rates went from high 17% down to 0. And so, in their mind, we saved, we worked hard, we did everything right. No, you kind of just, you caught the right trend, right? You're the third group in the fourth turning.
Yeah, for that time.
But that doesn't, I don't want to invalidate that truth. I want to kind of agree with them, but say, hey, you're probably also going to live 20 years longer. And that system that you thought worked for the last 40 years might not work for the next 40. And so that's kind of like the other, like, how do you flip it? How do you be with people? It's like, you know, this, like the Bitcoin, like, you know, compound. Yeah, I love sustainability is important, right? When you talk about mining, what we're talking about here, vertical integration, stranded energy, let's build the whole stack right here. That's really important. But like this, I'm going to isolate myself, separate myself, live in a bunker, right? You've got your bourbon, your Bible, your beers, and your bullets, right? And your Bitcoin. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Cool. Like, you know, you can be I Am Legend on, you know, just by deep, like, because you want to do it.
We need each other at the end.
Sure.
We do. So it's like, bro, let's be with people, get in the room, move the twigs out of the way. The glacier's going to do its thing. Like, I don't have to defend the internet.
I
It's
love
like,
that idea of buy Bitcoin so that, you know, you can essentially have time, right? It's a long, it's that
the time preference concept.
that long time preference where essentially you're preserving your life's energy by storing it in a pristine, scarce asset, you know, that cannot be debased, right? So in that sense, when you put it like that, it's like, hey, like, that humanizes it. It's not just about this abstract, like, profit-driven thing, right?
it's the preservation of the time, right? We're moving from, like I love this idea, like a high entropy system to a low entropy system. It's like, you know, a balloon is a terrible way to store air because if it pops or the elements or it gets cold, well, all the air leaves the balloon. But if you put it into a metal container with a valve, well, now we can control that, the dissipation of that energy. So like, well, that's what we're doing. We're moving from balloons to like metal containers. And like, that's what Bitcoin is. Like, ultimately, I get to let that air out when I want to, right? That's what scarcity creates. Right. It's like, it's cold outside. My balloon, like, that I had for the birthday party is now like looking sad on the ground. Well, that's the dollar.
Right.
You know?
It's essentially like prone. it's subject to its environment, right? It's
it's
actually,
subject to the environment, right? That's a great even though
visually, that's a fantastic visual. Right?
Yeah,
You get to decide when you want to release that good, right?
and that's on my time. That's up to me.
Essentially, that's what gold is supposed to be, right? Until they start issuing paper notes based on that gold, and then as we know, Roosevelt with the executive order, I forget the number, but they seized all of American citizens' gold.
Yep.
Right. This is American history you don't learn about. Right. They seized American citizens' gold. And at the time, if you didn't turn in your gold, you had to pay a $3,000 fine. Back then. Today would be significant.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. Crazy. And then if you didn't pay the fine, 10 years prison term.
So think about I'm like a history dude. It's like one of my favorite things. I was the dumbest kid. I went to this school called William and Mary, Virginia. And I went there to play football. But when you get there, it's the second oldest university to Harvard. And the start date on Harvard is to be debated. So William and Mary might be the first. Well, no shots there. But a couple of things, funny stories about William and Mary. Like it has one of the smallest endowments relative to how old it is, right? 1693. It's because they invested all of their treasury, thanks Thomas Jefferson, into Confederate war bonds, which all went to zero. So that's why they have a $2 billion endowment versus Harvard or Yale or Stanford, right? They have these, $30, $40 billion endowments. But the cool thing about that whole story, like me being a history dude, like I think Ulysses S. Grant is like one of the great leaders in like American history, and like very controversial in a lot of ways, but they say he was the most strategic thinker in terms of war and battle and these other things. Okay, so after the war, after he kind of had his money, he actually lost all of it in a Ponzi scheme. It was actually the first like Ponzi scheme.
Oh no.
Ulysses S. Grant. Like go look at it. It's like lost in the history books.
Oh wow.
Really smart dude. Really strategic, can like look through the soul of a man to figure out what he's trying to do, and was literally caught up in a Ponzi scheme that he had to rebuild his wealth back. Lost his fortune. He wrote it in a memoir, like he wrote it before he died. But super great story. Like look it up. But just think about the fallacy of like there's lessons in history and like other things when you talk about FDR and gold and other things. Like if you go back, everyone say like history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Honestly, these stories, whether it's like Grant, like go back, they've been happening. Like FTX wasn't the first Ponzi scheme.
That's right.
So,
That's right. So what we like to say is, Bitcoin essentially is 100 years of monetary history, right? 100 years of encryption technology, computer science research, all of the latest innovation in computer science, bundled into one cocktail, concoction of a monetary policy to be the scarcest, hardest asset in the world. And if you think about that, 100 years, like you said, history essentially has taught us these lessons again and again. And for the first time since all of human history, we have a currency, a money outside of government, right? And that ultimately is the lesson, right? Every time government gets their hand on money, even when it's gold, right? Essentially, they monopolize it, they centralize it, right?
Yeah.
And then whoever has the gold makes the rules, right? And now they can essentially finance war, right? Against the people's will, right? And so that's where, for the first time ever, essentially, this represents the third, this new transformative era where there will be a possibility to have like borderless citizens in this global economy, but not in this dystopian one world government narrative, right? Where instead, it'll be more connected than ever, and there will be borderless citizens, redefining what paying taxes even looks like.
Yeah.
Treat us like value-added customers, not like ATMs that you have hostage, right?
So it's funny. I think Fong Lee said it in an interview like a week ago. I don't know whose podcast it was. He's the chairman, the CEO of MicroStrategy. And he said, we've got 3,000 years that have led us to this point of like the creation of Bitcoin. He talks about networks and, the internet and all of these sorts of things. But if you go back, it's super funny. There was this guy walking in the desert, like around Turkey, right? And he sees this like beetle like frozen in the sand. And that's where they discovered glass. for like the first time. It was just like these beetles laying there, and he like picked it up, and he was like, "What is this?" Right. So yeah. I don't know. It could have just been the heat. I don't know what it was, but this guy discovers glass, and they create this whole society around the glass, and that's where like venture capital came from. But then they learned that, you know, from that, we could start to blow glass, we could start to create industry, and then, you know, the Gutenberg press comes out, and people are reading for like the first time, but then it's putting a strain on their eyes. So someone created the like glasses, and then from glasses, like they said, oh, when somebody was looking through the glass and they saw that they could see it closer, and that created the magnifying glass, and then the telescope, and then Galileo, right? And we go through all of these discoveries from like a dude finding a beetle in the desert,
Right.
and, you know, of course, glass goes into every product that we make, from our phones to internet fiber that allows us to have this conversation, and it's all embedded in glass. But it took like a dude finding a beetle 800 years ago on a walk through the desert for us to have internet.
Yeah.
And so like these arcs of like technology, they progress to a point, and it's hard for our brains to understand how far it's come. Like, it didn't just get here. Like that whole like the Bitcoin history chart where like it's all those, you know, hierarchies and it breaks off. Bro, this didn't just happen overnight. Like there's 40 years of like people getting locked up and encryption, and, you know, Joe Biden talking about Clipper chips in 1990, and like, bro, we've been through some things. The Clipper chips, you know, they throw them in the backdoor. We were going backdoor to servers back in the but
wasn't it the Cypherpunk'd mailing list who like blew the cover on that?
They blew the cover. And they were going to charge those guys underneath of the Munitions Act, saying it was a threat of terror against the country.
Of course, yeah.
And so, anyways, like all this to say is like become history nerds. You know, this stuff has all happened before.
Yeah, it really has.
Something as important as money and the buildup that has come for Bitcoin, 3,000 years, you say, whatever the number is. Not to get conspiratorial, but as important as money is, with the NSA, like, you know, you think of like all the conspiracy theories around the NSA creating Bitcoin, or what really created Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Who really was Satoshi? How much do you buy into like those conspiracy theories versus Satoshi was just a guy who was a cypherpunk who ended up going away and disappearing in that film?
It's funny. I've changed a lot. So I tell a lot of people, like, and you know, I've been different places. I've voted different places, done different things. I was a Selsun guy because I was black. You know, Selsun, the old like Troy Polamalu commercial. They said you never wear the black without the blue. So if you were black, you just voted blue. That's what you did. But you know, I was like the water I swam in. That's where I grew up. And like you hear all these things about conspiracy. Oh, the FBI created it after JFK assassination. All these sorts of things. And it's like sometimes I'm learning conspiracies are just like it's just 6 months too early. Now there is an element of that. I think with this, because it just goes to the base protocol of how we communicate. I was trying to tell my kids the other day, like, it's super funny. My daughter was like, how do you spell W? And if I tried to spell it, I would be like D-U-B-B, you know, A, you know, Y-O-U. Like if I was trying to, but it's a base element. It's like an atom, right? You can't go lower than the atom, but you can use atoms to create other things, materials, goods, air, all this sort of stuff. And so like a letter, she's like, how do you spell a W? And I was like, you can't. And it was hard for her because it's the base element upon which we build words and sentences and meaning. And so the NSA thing, when we're talking about encryption and those other things, when there's a space of a lie or a fabrication that you can build on top of, you can create the biggest house of cards there is. But in mathematics itself, they could have created it, potentially, but you can't go lower than the atom. Like you can't go lower than the mathematics. Like the math just works. And so that's why it's like, okay, maybe they created it, maybe they didn't. But it's still a foundation. It doesn't matter. It's a foundational truth that you can't undermine. So it's like either the math works or it doesn't. That's like a roundabout answer, but it may be like, you know what I'm saying?
It's the math, because math is verifiable.
Could be.
With math, you can have absolute certainty with math. And so I think what you're saying is...
Here, you want to sit down for a minute.
Thanks for letting me know. It's a fair question, right? We know that the Navy created the internet. right? And the internet has since then taken on a life of its own, right?
ARPANET, DARPANET, all that
Correct.
stuff. Yep.
So just because they created the technology doesn't mean that they still control the technology.
Correct.
And here's the thing with Bitcoin. No matter who created it, it was set free, right? And this is because of the decentralized open source protocol. So even if they did create it, there's no way for them to control it anymore, because essentially it is a transparent chain that anybody in the world can audit in real time. But why would they undermine themselves, right? You ask yourself, like, if they did create it, there would be a back door. And there is still Satoshi has how many mined Bitcoin, right? Is it like...
You mean Jack Dorsey?
Jack
I'm just playing.
Dorsey.
I'm just kidding. I know. I'm just
No. There's no way. So no, it's just a new one.
I think it's a new one. I think it's a news cycle one, but it's been out there. Like that book Hacktivist and all that. There's been out there a little bit, but it was a good tweet thread though.
It's funny, but the guy, look, man, he had Twitter. Under Twitter, it became the most censored platform in the world, right? That is not a Satoshi-like thing. Second, like Satoshi would stand on principles, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to let the CIA walk into your headquarters and tell you to censor the president, right? If you're Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah.
You're going to just say, hey, we're going to now release this protocol and let the market do as it pleases. But I get it. It's a complicated issue, but BlueNet was a second opportunity to prove that he is pro-speech. And BlueNet's even worse than X was, than Twitter was. Right? So,
I mean, who knows? Who knows? I was keep going on where we were. I side.
Don't get me wrong. Jack Dorsey's he's pro Bitcoin because he understands how dangerous this centralized control can be, because he witnessed it firsthand. Imagine you're a CEO of a company, these intelligence agencies walk into your office and say, "You got a real nice thing here. It'd be a shame if something happened to it."
Yeah.
Right? And now you're just like, well, damn. Like, I guess I follow along, otherwise I'm out.
Yeah.
Right. You essentially don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Especially when it's an executive order and that kind of thing. So, anyways,
well, I think back to your original point. This is why we need builders. So when you think about like the internet, okay, it's sort of like, I mean, people talk about these EMP attacks and what happens with Bitcoin, like all the internet goes out. There are like 15 major cables that run along the seabed in the floor, like you can sever that would disrupt communications between countries in different places. It's true. And the government, other people, they know where they are, right? But you've got this like dude from South Africa that like had a chip on his shoulder that's been putting rockets up for the last 10 years, right? Like there's always somebody building, and that's why you always need builders. When you stop building is when you start dying. And it's like, regardless of what people believe, like religiously, it's like the first thing that God did was like, he said he created. Like you think about that, it's like we stop building, we start dying, honestly. And so like we always need builders. We always need people that are, whether it's, I just saw this whole thing about demand, the Stratum V2 protocol, for miners to build their own templates and blocks.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I know
amazing.
Bitcoin Mechanic and the Ocean guys as well. Like you need builders that are continuing to push the envelope. BitAxe guys, right? Like, you had the Umbral node movement and everyone's ordering stuff off of Amazon. I was one of those guys a few years ago, and like, the BitAxe template wasn't out there, right? Like now we've got all the, BTC sessions, showing people how to hook up, their node to their BitAxe and build their own blocks. And like, dude, it's because there's people building at every corner. And so I'm like super bullish because there's still people building. When people stop building, that's when we start dying. And that's where you gotta like, am I gonna build or am I just gonna accept reality?
Right. What's to that point? Fantastic point. What we saw in the early, 2010s, once Bitcoin really started gaining traction, was incredible development here, domestically. And then under the Biden administration, with Choke Point 2.0 and all that, they essentially strangled all of these, innovative companies and forced them to go overseas.
Yeah.
So we went from being the leading blockchain developer in the world to outsourcing it to India and to other places, which, it's all good because this is a global collaborative thing. But what we're going to see now is a return to that, right? Elon said, and Trump, they said, let the builders build.
Yeah.
Right? Stop getting in their way. Cut the red tape.
Yeah.
Right? Now that that's finally happening, that we're getting common sense back in there, because Trump finally got it, man. Like his first term, he viewed Bitcoin as a threat to the dollar.
Yeah.
Right? He was very egotistical about it because he didn't want anything challenging, the supremacy of the dollar. Understood. But his second term, as he lost the re-election, he got to see it from a person perspective.
Yeah.
Right? You got to look at it for what it really is, without being personally associated to, undermining his, leadership as the United States president.
Because he's got his own coin out there now too. Though.
Well, that's a whole other story, man. I hope he doesn't pull the Richard.
No,
Harris.
yeah.
I tweeted a picture of Trump with grills and chains. I was like, there will be signs.
There will be signs. There will be signs.
Trump coin. When will it spike? But anyways, the reason we're Bitcoin mainly, right? Bitcoin is the hardest asset in the world. Do not conflate any other altcoins with money, right? There's utilities to those other currencies. But at the end of the day, the reason that we believe in Bitcoin is because it's the truly only worldwide biggest decentralized network in the world, right?
Yeah.
So, if Satoshi Nakamoto is Putin, if it's Elon Musk, if it's Jack Dorsey, doesn't matter who it is anymore.
Not at this point.
It's been set free. Yeah.
Not at this point. So,
Hey, John.
yo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just want to shift gears just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
You opened up a shop to do a kind of a educational financial literacy thing, a platform.
Yeah.
And forgive me, I forgot the name of it.
Yeah, it was called Columbus. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So forgive me if it's a sore subject. We're not talking. I was just kind of curious.
Oh no.
What became of it? Is it?
Man, I really find like, what is my identity? Where's my time like best spent?
All right.
It's really just coaching and teaching at the broadest level. That could
Okay.
be sports. That could be other things. Like I'm kind of like a coach at the end of the day.
Yeah, I
Uh,
get that about you.
and so that's kind of like where I feel like I add my most value. But I think the thing with like the reason why I like doing this or like other stuff, is like the whole Columbus thing is like, one, Bitcoin more so than other industries. Like the big stars, the big people are like unapproachable, like they're untouchable. At least through X and other people, you can kind of like somehow connect with them. But like, Lynn Alden's not gonna like respond to your tweet about like self custody, like how do you take that? And so there's just like gap between like
You're right.
the stars and like actionable advice in like a Reddit forum.
Yes.
And so really like when I was doing the daily show at Swan, we just opened up this email, Dante at, bitcoindaily.com, whatever. And I did 30, 40 emails a day.
Oh yeah.
Of people just asking these questions. And when I would respond, they would just be like, oh my God, I can't believe someone responded.
Yeah.
But there's just that gap between, kind of like being left on your own. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, go watch 27 hours of the Sailor series.
Yeah.
And read these 10 books.
Or try and follow Ben. Ben Barron. The sessions.
On Mises, go down the...
Like philosophy questions or like more like setting up your own type of questions?
All in between.
Kind of, everything.
But just like that gap between like, there's really no one I can ask. And it would be undercover millionaires, super successful people, and then like your school teacher. I mean, it was all in between of different people. And so I just kind of opened my eyes to like, I think people just want to have a place where that's not Twitter. Because you can just get buried in this feed where it's like, it's a great place to learn, but it's not a great place to learn on a personalized level, like your specific question.
So does the Columbus thing, it looked like your heart was in the right spot from what I could surmise from it.
Yeah, like time, space, gravity.
Did you just let it go, or did someone take it over?
Yeah, it's kind of just like floating in the wind. It's out at sea.
That's okay. I know.
Columbus.
Still in search of that next horizon.
It's out there.
That's all right. It looked good. But I realized because you have a background, and I saw a note about Michigan doing some financial literacy.
Yeah.
Was that something you instituted?
Yeah, that was fun. That was through some people I met at Swan. Yeah, I think it's funny. Like they did win the national championship that year, and I'll take some credit. I won't take any credit. No. But they were. That was kind of the first Bitcoin like NIL program.
Yeah.
So there was a bunch of like Michigan players to their spring, literacy, program. where, we just kind of, there was a Michigan, football alumni
Yeah.
who I was connected to. And, when they were asking about educational topics that the people wanted to learn about, like crypto was like number one.
Yeah.
And so he we got a platform with the Michigan football team, and it was really fun, like gifting those guys their first Bitcoin, teaching them about it. They jumped on some webinars, stuff, some relationships with some of the guys.
Was it just the student athletes then?
The student athletes.
Just that group?
Yep.
So it
The
didn't
student
get like
athletes.
school-wide, or they didn't give you an honorary
no
doctorate
doctorate degree.
It's coming, I'm sure.
None of that stuff. Michigan's weird. I live in Indiana, so when the people come up to you, they put your hand in your face. Like, I'll live here. It's like, bro, did you wash your hands? Like, we don't know each other. But they'll be like, I'm from here, and I'm like, that's kind of strange. But
oh yeah.
The
whole
so
bit. Yeah.
There's a couple of other schools that we did some NIL programs with that was really fun too, like college teams. And
when were you doing this? It sounds pretty innovative, really.
Yeah, this
many
is
years ago,
2022, 2023.
So right after the Great Plague had subsided.
Right after the Great Plague. And there's honestly some like future NBA players and stars and other people who got to learn about Bitcoin. It's up to them whether they decide to do it. And
True.
I'm always open to educate those guys. As an athlete, like I'm real big on proof of work. Like you can talk about, putting in the work, but like when you show up on the football field or basketball, it's like, it's obvious. Like, did you put in the proof of work or didn't you? And it's full on meritocracy. Johnny, you could have the richest dad in the world. It's like Johnny can't hoop, so Johnny's on the bench,
Yep.
And so athletics is probably the ultimate proof of work sport because you can't fake it.
Yeah.
Especially the higher you go. So I love athletics, and
Are you still coaching a bit in some ways?
This is my first year. This is my first year. I stepped away from. I helped to start a high school football program.
Wow.
I've coached in the city for quite a while. And so I do a lot of coaching with like my kids and their teams, and so it's pretty fun. We have a lot of fun, and we grow and we compete, so it's pretty good.
And how would you
tell me you know Saquon Barkley?
I don't know Saquon, but I do want to know. I do want to see. He is under discussed. Jack Muller's had a huge part to play in that, but I want to see him and AJ Dillon have like a squad off. There's a lot of quads in there, so that would be. I'm an Eagles guy too, so seeing Saquon. My buddy was at Penn State when Saquon was there. A couple buddies there, and he comes in as a freshman. My guy texts me, and he goes, "Tay, it's like Saturday." He's like, "Yo, this dude's the best football player I've ever seen." And he was 18. He'd come in early for summer workouts and stuff, and he said he just power cleaned like 425 pounds or something. He's like 18. My buddy, I still have the text. He just sent it to me. I was like, oh, I didn't know who he was at the time, but it was Saquon.
Giants messed up there.
Maybe. It's a strong possibility that they didn't make the right decision. Dude, there's a ton of athletes. Like, there's a ton of athletes. Alex Crognell, he's a soccer player. There's a bunch of guys that I can connect guys with. Some UFC guys. Yeah, Kenny Florian's a big Bitcoiner. He might be here somewhere around here. He usually comes to these events, but
Nick Carter.
Yeah, we've been doing a fair amount of that. So if you're like an athlete, you want to connect, like I can connect you with guys.
That'd be good.
We're in the
That's how I came up. Well, I love the way you tie in all your analysis of the sports and how it relates to
I wish I could do more of it. Honestly, I wish that people get kind of salty. They're like, man, come here for like basketball.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, yeah.
I love how you punctuate or do
I do
things
too.
like that.
So
I
don't
perfect.
really care if you're one of those people because I just like it too much.
So what's our outlook for the rest of the season, if there is a season in Bitcoin? I know that's pretty broad.
Yeah.
You feel like things are moving along well. There's all this talk of like the strategic reserve. Is it helping?
Yeah,
are we going to get in thicker muck for a while politically?
Yeah, James Checkmatey says it well. We're in like chop solidation.
Yeah.
Which, our pump, you see these big vertical lines. When we went from 50 and 60K, like straight up to 90.
Yeah.
It was like we skipped the 70s and 80s,
group,
like a whole lost generation of price discovery.
Totally.
And that was really a lot of the big money moving in, and that's with the ETFs and everything else. And so when you look at the analytics, the on-chain data, it's a lot of the newer Bitcoiners who have sold from 109 to 88, wherever 87 and a half, wherever we are today.
Yeah.
And so the hodlers are continuing to hodl. It's new kind of price discovery. So whenever I see, you got to look at who's selling. It's not like if they're selling. There's always selling.
Yeah.
Somebody might have a boat. Need to buy a boat. Someone may need to do whatever. But it's honestly the money managers, the people who got 40, 50, 60% gains. And you think about it, if I'm a money manager and I invest in an asset that grows 60%, I can sell it and do nothing for 3 years. And we've got 20% returns, average return for the last 3 years. And you're doing great. 2 for 20.
Yeah.
So you got to think about who are these different people and why they might sell and who they're representing.
I'm curious, how's the climate or the atmosphere or the vibe in Indianapolis? If you don't mind me saying aloud.
Bitcoin. Indy's a big, Bitcoin city and hub. There's a lot of Bitcoiners in there. Yeah,
I didn't catch.
Honestly, we've got a little underground crew.
Okay, good.
Not super well known. Indy's the best city that most people don't know about. It is the sports capital of the world. Most people don't know that.
Yep.
You ever heard of Boston?
Yeah, I don't know. You ever you go to the NCAA headquarters and that water is blue all year round. You're like, man, it's November. I don't know how that water stays like that.
That's
NIL might change that, but we get a lot of conferences and things. The Indy 500 is super cool.
Yeah,
it's a hard perspective wise because you think about a football stadium in terms of height and size, but like for miles. So it's like a hard scale problem that's like pretty cool when you see it up close.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the largest sporting event in the world. Next year we have the Division 1, 2, and 3 Final Four in Indy. We've got all 3 of the wrestling, Mania events sweeping this year.
Yeah,
there's a lot of good stuff in Indy. It's a sports town.
Fever, Caitlin Clark, you can't sleep on her.
I have, and we got lucky. We have Fever season tickets as a family, and they're better than. I love the Pacers. I have friends and people there. Every layup is like Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
Yeah,
it's like
nice.
in every game sold out. I don't know what it was like seeing Jordan in the 90s, but
You're talking about
for Fever games. Oh, every game sold out. It's not, you can't find a seat. People come from all over the world, like literally. It's pretty cool. So she's had a major impact on sports and women's sports specifically. So
yeah.
Well,
good. You're going to keep the family there for a while? Is that your home?
We think so. We like it there.
I love it there. I'm just a tourist to come once in a while.
Yeah, we like it there.
Are we going to see you on a little more speaking circuit? I love seeing you, on the Bitcoin Simply.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That show.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Are you expanding that, or are we going to see you on stage?
I think that would be fun, and I think I want to just be on the front end of how to win friends and influence people.
Yes,
more
exactly.
of that side of Bitcoin.
Yes. Well,
that's probably my game.
You're a natural for it.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate generosity of your time and hanging out with us, talking about a whole crazy variety of things.
Oh, that was a ton of fun. So.
And we didn't properly introduce you, but everybody that's been watching and hanging out with us, this is the one and only Dante Cook. And where can people find you? How can people look you up and connect?
I'm not on Telegram like the rest of you weird Bitcoiners. But you can find me just Dante_Cook1. I still have a LinkedIn from when I actually had real jobs and those things before, so you can find me there too. So
yeah, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Good to hang out, man.
Thank you.
Got to get down to Naples or Boston.
Oh, we're gonna bring
Come
you
on,
to
man.
Naples now.
Come on. Oh man. Where did you go to school?
I went to Tufts University in Boston.
Oh yeah.
I played basketball.
Way been there. Yeah. Oh yeah. What years?
So I graduated in 2013.
Okay, so those are some of my best friends. Oh yeah, D-Lo? Oh yeah. Chris Fortson, Tad Bauer, Matt Davenport. He was with that whole crew. Oh, sure. I know D-Lo. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then, yeah. I played my whole career there. I tore my ACL my senior year. I thought I was a pretty good player. I had a good career. I came out to Indy. My wife was an athlete at Louisville. And we just started dating and went on from there. They're like monsters, right? Their kids, their whole family. So they're all Division I and professional athletes. Yeah. My wife and her siblings, and we're all athletes too. Our kids genetically have an advantage. My parents. No, I don't know. I don't know that, but genetically, my parents worked at the post office. So yeah, I had to. Yeah, so they're coming out the box with better specs. 9, 7, 5, and 2. All right. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, but that's if they want to. That's how you can't. You gotta want it. Like, they look different. Like, my kids can't walk and chew gum. It's like I'm not out there with like a whistle. We're not like doing drills in the living room. So it's just kind of natural.
This one's got his first on the way.
Sure.
This October, and then Paul just had a young Elon, 5 months old?
Yeah, that's kind of you're like it's so funny. You remember everything. We were Apple, the overlords that look at our lives. They bring back the photos from like a certain day. Or just it's on your phone now. Like and you can type in a name. It's kind of weird. And it'll like I can search like my son's name. I've never typed it before. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, but like my daughter, oldest, her first birthday, bro, we were looking at the pictures. It was like 30 people today. Like her first, we had both sets of grandparents, friends that I don't even hang out with anymore were there. It was a wild first birthday party. Our fourth just turned 2, and I don't even know. She might have got a cupcake on the way to like the grocery store. So, but the first one, it's funny. It just locks in, it's like seared into your brain. Way different than the other ones. Not in a bad way. It is. So, I think I remember everything. Oh, yeah. The memories are locked in. Oh, nice. Are you here? He's not here. Okay. Yeah. So that's so yes, we get. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the things that I say. Oh yeah. Oh, that's so funny. So, my son literally, I mean, I was in China yesterday, and my son, this weird stuff they pick up. My wife goes, Micah said he was going to get new subscribers because he said China. I know. There you go. There you go. See you guys.
Good to meet you, man. Wow, that's cool, dude.
I'm so glad that happened.
Yeah, man. I was looking far and wide for someone else that just now saw a boy. I wish I was just so yeah, I know.
Oh, there's a mechanic. Wow. I gotta say, I was kind of like fanboy jacking for a little bit.
With the guy Dante?
Yeah, I don't know why. I just
Did you
feel
just grab him? Because
I've
he
been-
didn't respond to my text.
I've been following him. I don't know, just how
He's
social
good
media
at-
stuff.
yeah, he's
for
good
a
at
long
what he
time,
does.
and I like the kind of his style and stuff, and whatever. And then I knew he was going to be here, so suddenly there he was, and I was like, yes. Boop, boop. And I'm going to see, and he's going to be hanging out at this event I'm doing next week in Dallas, and so we're conspiring to put on a little bit of a show.
The karaoke thing you're talking about?
Yeah, I know it sounds stupid, but they do this this casino night, and then people get up and like get a little bit hammered and get up doing this karaoke thing and stuff. So I had this idea to do like a lip sync battle between two teams, the Ocean team and the Simply Bitcoin team. There's Nico and Rustin and all these other guys are going to be there from the Simply team. You know who those are when I say those names? Anyway, we'll see if it happens. But I can tell he's scored, or he's game for pretty much anything. Yeah, lots of good attitude, right? I love that.
He is a good teacher. You can just kind of tell by the way he talks. You can like,
and I love what he
you can
said
see
about.
if you're like understanding what he's saying, and if you're not, to like go a little bit.
Yeah. No, I'm glad I heard what he said too about connecting with people and not worrying about all the data and the facts and stuff. Because I get lost sometimes. I don't know all the damn facts and stuff. But I get the why. Hey, what you doing? Oh, we'll allow it.
I wonder what. I'm curious what the whole Swan thing was like for him.
Yeah, I talked to who. Sure. Yeah, I talked to a couple of those people right in Nashville when it first happened. Some of them seemed a little punked, like bitter-ish, and then there was all this rashy shit that came out about Corey.
Christine or whatever.
Yeah, but I know that I had tried and got involved with their Bitcoin, Pacific Bitcoin that they do in Santa Monica, and they were very. Well, they weren't. I wasn't the right kind, the right sort apparently to get involved with that. Even though I've done like a lot of events and stuff. It's okay. I get it. It's very. There's a particular clique that just kind of wasn't the guy.
I basically use them exclusively and have for purchasing Bitcoin.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So I've had a bunch of different account managers, and there was a lot of switch up around that time. Like I had 3 or 4 different account managers at that time. But I mean, that guy Corey, he's still doing the podcast.
Yeah, they were just
Him?
Here, why don't you do one?
What's up, boys?
Danny.
How you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah. Likewise.
Oh,
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
How are you, bud?
Good to see you.
Wow, great to see you.
How you doing? Nice. No Maddie with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
He sent his goons.
I actually talked to him yesterday. He's in like San Diego for a trip or something.
Yeah, they have the obligatory. He has to do it once a year. Keep the house. Keep things
Yeah, I get it. It's not a bad place to discuss.
Well, he was going to go to Jackson Hole, but his buddy has a timeshare in San Diego. He has been asking to swap. So they decided, hey guys, this is Jackson right here.
Meet Samson now.
Hey, Samson, I'm Danny Condon. Yeah, pleasure to meet you.
Jack 5. Nice to meet you.
Now you got to play our names back and forth.
I don't even know his name.
We're all. Yes, I'm down. Do it.
So with this live thing, essentially, years on the ground,
I'm not sure I know what questions.
So this is Danny Compton. He's with
Yeah. Yeah, we've crossed. We're mining a search company, so we do. You've actually probably been on. You've been on it. Well, it was Will Pimentel, then it was Joe Burnett, now it's Mitchell. Yeah.
Or Will. Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, you have been on a couple times. You've been around since 2017. Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes.
So you guys got a.
Oh, you want to lead it? You want to lead it?
So I'm gonna let them two quick right now, and then we'll jump in with Danny.
Got it. Where are you traveling from?
West Coast Canada.
Oh, that's right. Okay, cool. I'm from Lake Tahoe.
Where's that?
Oh, I know.
We're about
Some
in
snowy place
Canada.
somewhere.
You're
This
in?
guy knows.
Are you in BC? Dude, I just did a heli trip up in BC.
No, you did.
It's fucking epic. We got dumped on.
Better show me some pictures. Really?
Yeah, it was Revelstoke. Are you in Vancouver? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. BC is beautiful. I love BC.
It is.
Yeah.
All right. So, Danny, I just kind of threw you on the
Yeah.
spot here.
All
So,
good, man.
If there was any pressing question, with this new administration, apparently there's this legislation being pushed forward to offer some clarity on electronic mining, right? Just giving this proposal. Perhaps you have some insight on that. You can see that. But I know you're working from the whole station, right? So I'd love to know what's happening there. Is there any other things that you just want to pick it up from there?
Sure.
This is fascinating stuff. Thank you for your work.
All right, thank you.
I'll just riff off of you. Fire away. Yeah.
Okay. So we're talking to this mic, right?
Yeah, it's just going to capture you guys. You're good. You can type from there.
Okay, and you can hear me okay? Okay. Powerful mic.
All right, let's go.
Yeah. So this is live.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what nation are you currently working with or communicating with? Is entertaining this idea of adopting a national strategic Bitcoin reserve, or just essentially embracing this technology with a more friendly regulatory landscape? Where have you been most recent, and what countries are you on your horizon next?
There's a lot.
Big question.
There's a lot
All
of
right.
questions in there. So at any given time, we're engaged with a number of countries. And I don't want to say who's next because we don't really know. And, sometimes things change. When you're dealing with nation states, a lot of it is political uncertainty too. So there were a number of countries where we got pretty far, and then there was a coup, and then government's out and new one's in.
Yeah.
So I had to start over again. Or we're working with a politician and they didn't win the election, and now they're out. But it's a very difficult game to play because typically you have like a 2-year window if there's a 4-year term. The first year they don't want to rock the boat, and then you have a 2-year window where they might do something, and then the last year they don't want to rock the boat again. So it's like a very narrow window of opportunity in this like kind of vehicle that moves very slowly, right? So it's a challenging thing to do, but we're hopeful that this year will be very different because of what's happening in the U.S.
Yeah.
And that will pressure other countries to actually do something and actually take a step forward.
Yeah, well, I think it's basically game theory playing out on a global scale, and you see it like this is just a game of adoption, right? And you've got basically retail adoption as a bucket, then you have institutional adoption as a bucket, corporate adoption, and then you have nation state adoption, right? And as you go up that stack, the pockets, the depth of the pockets, so to speak, become larger and larger and larger and larger. right? And then in order to adopt, somebody's got to be the first mover.
Yeah.
And then you look at from like a strategic reserve perspective, look at like El Salvador, for example. And then other nations are looking at that in being in a similar position, saying, hey, that's working for them, right? And then you get to the U.S., right? And then the U.S. being a substantial global leader, when they start to motion this adoption, and we start to, I'm from the U.S., so we start to see this be successful, then you get other nations that come on.
Yeah.
Not only your friends, your enemies. It becomes if I'm not doing that, I'm behind the curve. And then I think, and I'd love your thoughts on the mining side of it. My perspective is that much like how you see countries adopting Bitcoin as a strategic reserve, you're seeing mining is a potential transfer to bringing it. Miners are the best flexible power load consumers in the world. So if you have a time and location independent energy buyer of last resort that's going to provide an incentive to build substantial power generation, that's going to provide significant benefit to the constituents in these areas that have historically been, where you talk about like unbanked, it's like unpowered. So it's a catalyst to provide power and energy is what powers innovation.
Yeah, there's a lot of challenges, I think, still with that. Like, you could bring power to some countries that are unpowered or lack power infrastructure.
Yeah.
But, like, let's take the Central African Republic as an example, right?
Yeah.
They tried to fast follow El Salvador and say, we're doing a Bitcoin law.
Yeah.
And then they did it all ICO or something like that. But, a bunch of Bitcoiners did go there. A friend of mine, Sebastian, he went and took a delegation there. And what he found was there was very little power outside of the main city.
Yep.
And that's the case for a lot of Africa. So they're unpowered, but what is the incentive to build the energy infrastructure? Because a lot of the problem is also political instability and corruption. So would you want to invest 50 million, 100 million, build something big, just basic infrastructure, and then put another couple of $100 million of mining equipment there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So for some of these countries, maybe the better way is like off-grid stuff, small. I think there will be countries where there's a stronger rule of law to invest and build infrastructure.
Yeah.
And that is a good feedback loop for incentives, because the incentive is the country needs to have rule of law, right?
Exactly.
Not wishy-washy banana republic stuff where we're going to pass a law, we're going to revert the law, we're going to ban this and unban this. Because what you want is stability. And I don't think people really understand what stability means. Or it's difficult to have stability for a lot of countries. But they're going to learn, and they're going to do it because they have to do it. And that is what's going to usher in the golden age of energy and mining.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I don't think that this is going to, I think it's just going to continue to the adoption of this concept is going to continue to compound. And then when you see that success that other nations have, whether it's just adopting Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset or building out incremental power infrastructure, the bottom line is it provides a lot of accretive benefits to these nations.
Yeah.
And then anybody else who isn't doing it is on the outside looking in, and game theory.
Yeah, I think mining will change a lot in the coming years as more countries want mining. Like Bhutan is a very good example of what mining can do to transform a country's prosperity.
Yeah.
And I believe, even though we've talked about these things for years, guess what? You can take excess energy and mine Bitcoin and build roads and airports and trains and whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's not until someone actually does it that the general populace or the leaders of countries click in and go, oh, it can actually do that. They need to see it.
Somebody's got to do it. It's a classic, if you build it, they will come. And if they are successful, then more will build it and more will come, and then it compounds.
So now you have a very clear example. Bhutan mined a ton of Bitcoin.
Yep.
And they're going to build an airport.
Yeah.
So it's not something that is technically possible. It is a reality very soon. So what you'll see is more competition for mining from countries.
Yeah.
And that could be bad for, your private mining companies.
Sure.
That have to fight for hash rate and fight for electricity.
Yeah.
that the governments now want it for themselves.
Yeah.
But I think that was an inevitability, right? Because usually governments have monopoly over energy anyways.
Yeah.
So what you'll see is a merger, I guess, between private sector mining and public sector energy infrastructure,
Yeah.
where it's just two sides of the same coin, right?
Exactly. And I think it's a concept of like a rising tide raises all ships in a sense, where if you get all this mining adoption, like think about hash price, right? It's effectively a Bitcoin price and then difficulty or incremental hash rate that's on the network. The difference is the velocity in which those two needles can move. Bitcoin price can move at a exceptionally high velocity, whereas hash rate has more real world limitations. And then you also run into like Moore's law. It becomes harder to double and double and double and double and double, and you get, to a large degree, chip technology can only become so much more efficient in such amount of time. So I think that we're not going to see these 1,500% increases in ASIC efficiency, inter-cycle, and maybe it'll still be 200%, but it's not 1,500%. And then all of this stuff happens. Bitcoin price goes up as a byproduct of this, and then the economic stability of mining is maintained, right, over a long enough period of time. Certainly.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But you can just see like the hash rate charts. It's just going up and up. And
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
And that's an indicator that there are a lot of miners out there that are price insensitive,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? Because their energy cost is zero. They're
Yeah.
behind the meter.
Yeah.
So, all the signs are on the wall.
Yeah.
The writing's on the wall, and we just have to open our eyes and look at what's to come.
I agree.
So, out of curiosity, if there was like one law that you would want every nation to adopt regarding Bitcoin, what would your ideal legislation be?
Well, I think legislation is a double-edged sword. It can give and take. So it's better to deregulate. So Malay got a lot of blowback for a lot of things he's done, but some of the right things he's done was deregulate money and saying you can use whatever you want. I would actually like to see more of that, but lawmakers have a job, which is making laws, not removing them, unfortunately.
Correct.
So, given that is what they'll do, laws that enshrine Bitcoin's place as a monetary asset, as something you can use that is not taxed as money, I think are beneficial. But the better thing would be to deregulate and just say use whatever you want to use.
Yeah.
But all those things are a means to an end. The end is real of Bitcoin adoption, of people using Bitcoin as a savings mechanism, as a medium of exchange, and just as money in general. Because that is really what matters, that Bitcoin becomes entrenched everywhere. Because laws come and go, political parties come and they go, and they rise to power and they fade.
Yep.
Everything good happening in the US right now, it can be undone when the pendulum swings the other way.
Headwinds can turn into tailwinds, and tailwinds can turn into headwinds.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what you want is real adoption, like people understanding Bitcoin and using Bitcoin. Nothing else matters in the long run. It matters in the short term because they can be barriers. Like some countries, they don't let you spend Bitcoin. So that's why we try to engage to, make a sandbox, do something to open it up. Because a lot of people are fearful, and rightfully so. Like they don't want to go to jail and get locked up. So they're not going to go against what they perceive as a government ban on Bitcoin, whether overt or implicit. So there is a place for engaging with lawmakers and regulators and such to pave the way for Bitcoin. But yeah, all those things are just secondary. The main thing is the people understand and use Bitcoin.
Exactly. It's more. I just to briefly opine on that. It's about everything is about adoption, and you're not going to adopt something if you're not educated on it, and you're not going to be educated on something if you're not aware of it. Right? That's how disruptive technology adoption curves work. So that's really all that matters. From a legislative perspective and a governance, clarity is good, and deregulation is good. So here's the deregulated clarity: more pathways to provide an avenue for individuals and institutions and so on and so forth to adopt Bitcoin and learn about Bitcoin is going to lead to more adoption, and then again, it just compounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also there's like the Trojan horse aspect of it too, which is
if you get the government using it, I think they get infused with the Bitcoin ethos because they learn about it. Some of them might go down the Bitcoin rabbit hole and understand at a deeper fundamental level what Bitcoin is.
Yep.
And you have better government, right? Because generally Bitcoiners respect property rights, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to steal your Bitcoin except for the shitcoiners and the ICO people, right?
Yeah.
But Bitcoiners, real Bitcoiners, they just, they want to honestly get their Bitcoin.
Yep.
And it'd be nice to have that kind of mentality, entrenched in the government too.
Totally concur. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you foresee like a hash war national scale, where various interests are competing for hash? Do you foresee that in the future?
Anything is possible. So if the government deems that Bitcoin mining is a national priority, they could nationalize it too, right? Or it's the other side of the China ban. So China, they banned mining, or cracked down on mining, right? But who survived? It was the guys that were in the mountains, running on private hydro, or with separate deals in place that were smaller, not as noticeable to the central government. So the guys that were hurt the most were the ones that were massive. And I think you might see the same thing play out. So let's say in a country where there's less rule of law, and they see like a lot of countries are mining, and they say, well, we're poor, we're in debt, we need Bitcoin. It is within the realm of possibility that they target large miners in that country and seize their assets. So it's really a chicken and egg. You get efficiencies from being big, but you also have a risk that you can get targeted, and Bitcoin can't be seized if you know the seed or you have it in a multi-sig or something, but physical ASICs in a facility can be taken.
Yeah, I think it's also anything is possible for certain. And if you look at this continuum of software being the other side of the continuum, one extreme end of the theoretical continuum, and I think like the other side of the continuum, or something that's a little bit more practical and graspable, is just the benefits that come with having a catalyst, an economic catalyst to generate more energy domestically, period. And Bitcoin miners are, I would love to be proven wrong on this, but I think the best flexible load, the best catalyst for energy production. And by and large, energy is what brings wealth, right? Go look at like countries' wealth and look at corresponding how much energy and what the resources are generally. There's a strong correlation there. So if there's more energy, then countries are going to be wealthier, and theoretically their constituents will have a higher quality of life, right? Well, they need a catalyst to do it, and Bitcoin mining is a fantastic catalyst to enable that.
What was your aha moment? What was your moment?
Yeah, it was actually about mining. I've talked about it in a bunch of interviews, but I read about Bitcoin a lot, and then one time I stumbled upon an article about how to mine Bitcoin. I thought it was interesting, so I followed the whole guide on how to set it up. And that was when I hit my aha moment, because I realized that there's nobody behind this thing. It's like just people like me that operate the network. I didn't get to mine any because it was too late to mine on an old laptop, but I did follow the whole thing.
Mining museum was incredible. You can see that it was mine stuff from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's wild.
So, what do you think will happen when quantum computers enter the equation?
I think we're a ways off still, but we should probably prepare earlier and add the necessary changes to Bitcoin that will prevent quantum attacks.
So inherently, the difficulty adjustment isn't going to address that. You don't think there needs to be additional layers of security?
Well, for the wallet seeds and the private keys, I think there is something that needs to be done. But in terms of difficulty, I think unless you only have one entity that has the quantum computer, then they'll have an unfair advantage. But I mean, the difficulty will adjust after 2 weeks. So it's just if you game theory it out, and let's say Danny gets a quantum computer, he might win for 2 weeks, but then difficulty will adjust.
Yeah.
And it should be okay. But I would think that more companies would have equivalent technologies. Like there would not be one entity solely that has it. But at the same time, a quantum computer has to compete with all ASICs running in parallel, right? So is it that big of an advantage? I don't know, because you can have a lot of ASICs competing against
one Danny with his quantum computer. Yeah. No, I agree.
So, do you think that there will be all of the lost Bitcoin recovered?
Well, that's an interesting one. I think it could be possible, but that's the incentive to upgrade to the new signature scheme and move your coins to an address, right? So by default, they are lost if you don't migrate them, right? So you kind of find out exactly how much is lost at that point.
So anybody who misses that number essentially will be vulnerable.
Yeah, but I think the market will absorb it pretty quickly. So it's not like you would mine a lot of lost Bitcoin and price will dump, because the demand at that point will be very high. And again, I think this is not in the next couple of years. It's probably 10, 20 years later.
Fascinating stuff. So, if there's any, I can keep you all day. I want to respect your time. So, if there's any other question that you want to ask, go for it. But thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if
Good
there's
jam,
any-
man. Yeah,
Good jam.
yeah.
If there's any way we can assist, you can send emails, write letters, whatever. Are there any individuals right now that you're trying to, I guess,
Well, we're not focused that much on the U.S. because you have you have like Dennis and his group, and you have David Bailey. So we don't really need to do much for the U.S. But if you have connections in other countries, happy to take them.
okay.
Yeah.
Any countries on the it's all
Yeah.
anyone.
Anyone.
Okay.
Right on.
I will keep it in mind.
We'll see you boys around. Thank you. This is cool. Glad we ran into you. Yeah.
All right,
Nice.
guys, we're going to keep this party going. You heard from Samson, now Danny Condon. Make sure to follow on X.
Peace.
If you live in a foreign country that you want to see Bitcoin adoption, send them a DM right now.
All right. Thanks.
There you go.
Easy, guys. All right, Scotty, let's jump on in.
All right, boys. I'll see you guys around. Good chat with you, Samson. Take care.
All right, gentlemen. Scotty, show me your handsome face.
Hello, how you doing?
He's been hiding behind the camera. All right, so what is your first impression thus far? Is this your first time at Mining Disrupt?
First time, and yeah, I'm impressed. I mean, the list of names that are on here in terms of speakers are definitely an impressive list. To just have Samson Mao sitting there, like that was, I remember Jack was like, Dante, I was like shaking in my boots. I'm like, dude, that's Samson Mao. Holy shit.
For anybody that doesn't know, he is a cypherpunk, the real deal, right? He's been involved in this space since the very beginning. And
Like on the regular on CNBC in the mornings, on TV all over the place. He's brought onto Fox News. He's almost been 100% correct on his price predictions every year for like the last couple of years. And I think he was calling for over 150, maybe 200,000 by the end of this year.
so that's fascinating because I just saw, and I don't know if this is correct, but I saw that he had made a prediction for Bitcoin to hit $1 million by 2025. By the end of 2025.
Oh, that was a couple of years ago. He said that.
I gotta see. Let me find out. So I don't know if this was a recent tweet, but we'll check in just a second. What's interesting about that though is he also recently had mentioned that there is a lot of suppression and price manipulation going on. And
You guys didn't get into that in the interview.
I wish I wanted to. There's a
A
lot
lot of times, you guys don't like to talk about price because that's the first question they get asked in all of these different interviews. But it's like kind of the one thing that we're most concerned about.
Well, that side of it, especially, right? The price suppression. I think that that's largely why we're not seeing Bitcoin at $1 million per coin, right? Because there is a lot of traditional finance now involved in essentially. CJ talks about this. They're essentially shorting Bitcoin and leveraging those shorts. There's an arbitrage game, traditional finance tactics being applied to Bitcoin to essentially prevent any drastic increase or drop. But I'd like to hear it from his perspective. I wanted to hear what are your thoughts on this. And I honestly felt like he wasn't going to share those because those are some hot waters to enter.
Well, yeah, there's rabbit holes that go down that BlackRock's involved to be able to get their billionaire buddies in at a lower number before it then takes off. Who knows if there's any truth behind that? I wanted to hear what his timeline would have been around the whole game theory of different nation states getting involved. Because, we signed the executive order a couple of weeks ago. It doesn't seem like there's been any big countries outside of Bhutan or El Salvador who are already doing it that have really jumped in yet. And you would think he would be a guy who would know, if, bigger countries, Russia, India, are talking about it.
Another question I wanted to ask him is, could Bitcoin replace the IMF, right, or the IBF, what are the International Monetary
It's a monetary fund. Yeah.
Fund, correct? Because if it could, then that would offer these nations an opportunity, right? If there was some sort of a Bitcoin bond, right, that would allow for them to, stabilize their native currency, I wanted to pick his brain on that as well, because as we know, El Salvador and certain countries, they wanted to jump ship and they're threatened by the IMF, right?
And he's had strong ties to El Salvador. Like him and Jack Mallers were kind of both teaming Bukele and helping him put that all into place. But I think he said in other podcasts that he's kind of stepped back recently from El Salvador and isn't really sure what's going on between El Salvador and the IMF. Either he's just saying that and he doesn't want to get involved, or he actually doesn't know. But there's a weird thing going on with El Salvador and the IMF right now. IMF has basically said you can't buy any more Bitcoin, and yet the next day
he bought a bunch more,
and then has continued to. So it's is he breaking the rules? Is IMF going to come down on him with this loan that he took the loan? It's just this weird dynamic.
Right. And so we see this tension between the old guard and the new, this new paradigm.
It seems like Bukele's messing with the IMF. We'll take your loan, then we'll use that loan to go buy Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do about it? Which would be genius.
That would be genius.
But ballsy as hell.
I've heard here, if you want to try this at home, perhaps don't try this at home. But apparently there's a way to game the traditional student loan, system. And I've been hearing people, utilize their student loans to buy Bitcoin. And, you have a 4-year horizon, right? And statistically speaking, every 4 years, Bitcoin performs rather well, right? So this is a way to perhaps end up with no debt once you graduate, right? Don't take it as financial advice, but look into it.
Yeah.
I thought if I was back in, if I was aware of this back in my day, I would have certainly done that. So there's a, there's a clash, but with this new administration, we're seeing, Cynthia Lummis, right? She's now pushing for clarity on regulation, and Scott Bessent, right? They're essentially saying, get out of the way, right? Let these developers build. Let the Web3 ecosystem, get busy again, right? Because what we saw in the last 4 years was essentially no real utility in any of these cryptos, because any time any project wanted to actually offer something, the SEC would strike them down, right? So what we were left with was a bunch of, NFTs, JPEGs, instead of actual applications built on top of blockchain. And so it was really it was truly a travesty what happened and what could have happened. And that's largely, I think, what's also influenced the price, right? We saw SBF, FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried with his whole FTX scandal. He was propped up by the likes of Bill Gates, right? And these people, I'm not saying, I know the facts here, but I would, I'd go as far as to speculate that they would benefit by lowering the price of Bitcoin to have their opportunity, to enter. And when you have such a negative, tarnishing scandal like FTX unfold in the market, that's going to have its ripple effect.
Well, it's not a direct effect of FTX. It's more of like the people who are newer to Bitcoin
Correct.
who just got in.
Right.
In the back of their mind, they're thinking,
Correct.
"Is this another FTX type event where it plummets 70%? I'm going to get out." And
Absolutely.
then it's the hodlers, as
Right.
Dante
It's the
was saying.
adoption. Right. Yeah. It's
Instead
the
of holding.
correct. Yeah. And then also like the institutions, right? They hear, there's this negative connotation towards, this crypto project, and they just lump Bitcoin in with other cryptos because they, they're still new to this and they don't understand the distinction. So yeah, now that we're seeing a new administration with a whole different approach towards this industry, we're really looking promising. I'm optimistic.
I was just saying in the car right here, the price seems so suppressed just given how many tailwinds there are behind Bitcoin right now. Like, we've already hit 109, so you know that's where we could eventually get to in a day if we needed to. We just signed an executive order for a Bitcoin reserve. Everyone's talking about buying more Bitcoin through the U.S. government. GameStop not that moved the needle, but it could.
Dude, the community around the GameStop, right, is huge.
Yeah.
These are all the kids that live on Reddit. There's a bird in the building. That bird is trying to learn how to mine
it was
Bitcoin.
a drone.
Yeah, it's yet another, it's yet another indicator. We see nation states positioning. We see, companies allocating. We're now entering. Bitcoin is essentially entering the big leagues, right? If you look at the market cap of silver, of gold, right, Bitcoin is minuscule compared to those. Yet, the actual application, the use case of Bitcoin, it's the digital alternative to gold. And you can argue the superior option, because throughout history we've seen whenever there's war, whenever there's conflict, gold is the first thing that gets seized. Gold is the first thing that gets targeted. With Bitcoin, nation states can't invade one another and take each other's Bitcoin. So in a way, this actually allows, for a hedging against violent, against invasion like never seen before. And so I think in a way, especially more vulnerable countries are going to catch on to that rather quickly, and we're going to see nation states aping in, which now we're talking influx that are quickly gonna blow up that market cap to be in that ballpark of at least silver, right? Like we should. Did we reach the market cap of silver at one point?
I think so. Yeah,
we did, right?
We were over 2 trillion. Gold is at 20 trillion. I'm not sure where silver is, but I thought that we did surpass it, and then now we're below it again.
For a moment there. But if people just understood, what it represents, go to bitfeed.live, and you can watch the blockchain in real time. Bitfeed, bitfeed.live. And you can actually see the Bitcoin blockchain in real time as transactions are processing, as each block is being formed and filled with transactions. Now imagine we could do that with, our tax dollars, right? What do you think the future of government and citizen relations is going to be on the Bitcoin standard? Have you thought about that?
Not necessarily. I mean, just as it relates to just betting on tech generally, if you're betting on the future, and the future of that is going to be more technological than the past, why would you bet on gold versus Bitcoin? There's no tech involved with gold, and Bitcoin is a technological asset. It's far superior to gold, and it's far superior to every other crypto. So it just seems like a no-brainer. And it's a little bit interesting to me that people are still afraid of it. But I think it's because they do, conflate it with the other cryptos that aren't, completely capped at 21 million and all that stuff.
Yeah, true, correct. Yeah. And the thing with gold, people just they can grasp it because it's tangible.
Yeah, it's been around for forever. I think the fact that Bitcoin's only been around for 15 years scares people, but it's been a strong 15 years in terms of return.
Right.
And it's never been hacked.
Right.
And if your issue was that governments were going to ban it, it's already been banned by one massive government, and the U.S. just bought it or just put it in a reserve. So then it goes that risk goes away. It's just like there's just so many different positive tailwinds, green flags that seems like a no-brainer, but I'm biased.
No, you're biased because you have actually
done the research.
It.
Yeah,
right.
You got to put in the 1,000 hours, and I still don't know shit. But there's just so many layers.
Even if you just spend half an hour actually reading up on the technology, you'll gain a newfound appreciation for what it is. Just how Samson Mao said, his orange pill moment, which is a term which just means like you essentially become a Bitcoiner, right? You buy into the ethos of Bitcoin. His moment was he was a video game developer, and so he understands development and
was he like in the 2016 17 era, do you know?
So I believe he was in the 2010 time frame.
Was he?
Let me pull it up. So what he was saying is
because
that
he said that he couldn't mine with GPUs anymore
on his computer. Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
So at that point, it had gotten to be more powerful. That's a good point.
I was just walking around there and might have just picked this up, but I think it might have been the 2015 time frame.
At what point did Samson Mao enter the Bitcoin space? What year? Question mark. So what he said, as we were looking this up, so he entered in 2013. So
it's still early.
Still early, yeah. But his, come to Bitcoin moment was when he downloaded the software, the protocol, and realized that technically he could be contributing to the protocol right then and there. No middleman, really no difficult, rail guards or any hurdles in the way for him to immediately be a part of that ecosystem. So, as a Bitcoiner, you can either hold the currency or you can do both, or you can facilitate the blockchain and actively mine the currency, right? So it's best to do both because you're staked, right? You're essentially contributing to the ecosystem. And for anybody in the world to be able to do that, it just goes to show, this is the money for the people, the people's money, right? There's no government saying, hey, no, sorry, what you said on Facebook, was politically incorrect, and therefore we're not going to allow you to participate in this ecosystem. There is no centralized authority figure. The greatest of humans can participate and the worst of humans can participate. And that is the free market. And over time, good faith actors, genuine actors will prevail and they'll be there for the long term. And, any malicious actors will be weeded out. So,
and at no other time have the plebs, or basically everyone, including the plebs and the rich elite, been gained access to a financial mechanism at the same time. Usually, if you think of the Cantillon effect, where it's even like an IPO of a stock, the people who are ahead of the company or the biggest investors gain access to that first.
Yep.
The Cantillon effect, when the government prints money, it's the people who are closest to that printer that get the money first.
Yep.
This is the first time where we get access to a financial instrument that's going to make us rich before the elite seemingly will. I mean, they have the same opportunity, but we also get that.
Correct. Yeah, it's truly it's the opportunity of our lifetime, and we saw recently with Doge. If you go on the Doge tracker, right, the website, you can actually see how much debt they're essentially saving. What wasteful spending they're eliminating, and how much money they're saving the taxpayer. That concept essentially applies to the Bitcoin blockchain, right? It's transparency. We want to see what's going on with our dollars, right? We are, we are a constitutional republic. At least that's what we were supposed to be, right? They said if we can keep it. Unfortunately, we haven't kept it, right? Because power, corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so our elected officials don't feel.
Yeah, jump on in.
Are you recording?
We need
What's
you.
going on? We got Michelle Weekly in the house.
Hi. Oh, you are recording?
It's
Here's live stream. We're
Hello.
hanging out. We
Just had
just
Samson Mao and Danny have a conversation.
Samson was sitting in his chair. I'm just trying to absorb some of that knowledge, But I think
Where is Samson? I haven't seen him.
he's
I'm looking for him.
We'll
Come
find
back.
We'll find him. We were trying to.
I have
We were trying to get the inside scoop on what nations he's currently working with.
Yeah.
And we're trying to pull Nancy Pelosi, get some insider trading tips.
Yeah.
What country should we be betting on? Samson. But he couldn't tell us because this is very very confidential information. And I'm just rooting for him. We're rooting for him.
David Bailey posted a picture of, I don't know if it was somebody from either the UAE or Saudi meeting with the Prime Minister from Italy. So I think Italy is next.
Italy is next.
Yeah, I don't know, but
You heard it here first.
Now that would be sweet.
he was in the picture.
It's not a Bhutan. It's not an El Salvador. Italy is. That's
Right.
a big country.
That's a
That's
big
what we're
mover.
looking for.
Yeah, we need it. That would be incredible.
And Saudi is not officially here yet. I think they're here, but when they announce that they're here, that'll be.
Didn't they with their they have some sovereign wealth fund and they allocated was it like 50 billion or something?
I think that was UAE.
UAE.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But to them that was like a small allocation, right?
Yeah,
It's a
there's
little
more
bit,
coming.
Just 50 billion.
Right.
No big deal.
That's their toe.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Incredible. Have a seat. Are
No,
you
no,
you have to
I.
keep going?
Yeah,
Okay.
I gotta keep. We gotta go to
What's going
Ocean.
on?
We're
Okay.
live. They're live streaming. Say hi. Hi. What's up?
We got Mel in the building.
Hello.
We're just
Are we
hanging out.
doing a fashion
chatting it up.
report, a mining disrupt fashion report
I've not
today?
seen much. So I don't think
I know
mining.
You're the most fashionable.
I
thing.
might be. But I don't have any. I should have worn my Bitcoin Crocs, and that would have done the Bitcoin fashion that we really needed.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen too many people in their Bitcoin tennies or anything here. So people are gonna have to get on it next year.
See, this is the the back end of the community, right? We these people hide. They don't want to be flashy, right? We're just gonna work on the technical things here, right? We're gonna put our hoodies on.
Hey,
Right.
listen, I had Montana in the fashion report. That man had Bitcoin from head to toe. He had his Crocs,
Yeah.
his jeans, he had his hoodie zipped up down. I mean, he was all Bitcoined up.
Yeah.
That we know at the
The conference.
2024.
Okay, gotcha.
and
Okay.
so that will get you in the fashion report.
I like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's not just
So,
fashionable.
Even
It's-
I don't have something.
he made it in the fashion report as
good
well.
idea.
Yes, because he
Usually
had
I
a
have
button-up
something.
Bitcoin shirt on. That's pretty cool.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow you're gonna do it.
Tomorrow.
All right. All right.
Well,
Yeah, you better get on it because so far no one's made the fashion report. Keep my eyes open. But BitBlock Boom next week. There will definitely be a
is
shoe
that in
report.
Australia?
Nope, it is in Dallas.
I mean, sorry, Dallas.
Alaska
When the event
is in
Alaska?
July.
In July. Okay.
July
Okay.
1st
Yeah.
through the
That's
6th.
close to. So the Bitcoin conference is in June, right?
No, May.
May.
Oh, it is. Okay,
Bitcoin Day Tampa is in June.
that's right. Goodness.
Bitcoin Day Tampa.
Look at this. We're
And then
spoiled.
we got to get the
Spoiled. So
Bitcoin
many
Tampa
events.
group all up to Alaska.
Alaska. Oh, that's a long drive.
I'm gonna be pushing for that one. I want
You're
to
gonna
go
drive?
to Alaska. I want to go
Really?
snow crab
You
fishing.
don't have to
and all that
drive.
stuff. Let's
Oh
go.
my gosh. you cannot believe the pictures. So every Saturday night now is my Bitcoin Alaska meeting. So these guys have been sharing their everyday lives with me via pictures. One of the things that's most amazing is average summer dinner, which is an entire table full of crab. Just like
wow.
bowls and bowls of Dungeness crab that have
Who's
just
coming to Alaska?
come
Let's go.
off the boat.
Yeah, amazing.
So
I'm
amazing
gonna
stuff.
eat until I get sick.
Yep.
This is incredible.
Fish too, like salmon,
Yeah,
halibut.
God,
It's like,
yeah, it's all like.
and we're going to be going
supposed
out
to
on
be-
the boat. There's going to be boats. There's going to be canoeing. There's going to be fishing.
Hopefully the governor. So let's
And the
see,
governor.
Let's push. So I'm gonna follow up with you. Like I just saw Sam
Really?
Arms. No, Samson Mount was just here. Yeah.
I
But-
would meet him. I've not
Okay,
met
so
him in
listen,
person.
When I see him, we'll get you guys together.
Awesome.
Because Michelle wanted to talk too. So we need you guys to talk because you're all actively on the ground, like pushing
Yeah.
for adoption. So you should already be in the same group chats.
Yeah.
But Samuel Arms just put out this tweet, and it was just a very clear call to action. And I want you to copy that model to apply towards getting this governor on board.
Yeah.
He put out a tweet and said, "Hey, we want Florida to adopt like a strategic,
reserve, yeah.
for Florida, right?" And
Yeah.
apparently there was a lot of progress made, but now it's stalling in the House.
I saw
So,
that.
You saw that, right?
I did see that.
So
Yeah.
they're
I copied and pasted and sent it.
good.
Nice.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. So he put out a template. He said, "Hey, copy this email, send it to this guy, right, and retweet this post."
Okay.
And it was just very clear, call to action, right? And that's what we need. We
Okay.
need to rally, right? So
Yep.
if this governor's, if he said yes, soft said yes, that's already the right. It's a step in the right
He
direction.
did, and that's a great
Now he just
thing.
needs to see that people want this, right?
Yeah.
People are requesting it.
Yeah.
So
And Baggage's office is helping.
Alaska,
They are pushing.
Alaska, if they get on board, we'll invest into that area, right?
Right.
The electricity is going to be incredible.
Yeah.
The environment, right? That you can't beat that temperature,
No.
right? So all
And you
around,
can't beat the amount of natural resources.
exactly.
And the state of Alaska needs it. There's
Yeah.
a lot of poverty. There's a lot of energy poverty.
Wild.
And, there's villages that have no power.
So okay, Alaska and then Greenland. We'll get them all. We'll get all the code.
I think there's more people in Alaska. I think there's only
there's only 50,000 people in Greenland.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Alaska has 740,000. So they have
Okay, that's a decent
3/4 of a
population.
million. Yeah. And this would help their state a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah.
And
By all
Wade
means.
Hope, he's part of the Bitcoin veterans. He's the founder of this.
You know what's wild? Apparently during the summer, there's all these gold drapes.
Yes.
Like these
Yes.
what do you call them? These
Trails?
they're these like cargo ships that are trenching for gold. What do they call them?
That is not surprising.
all throughout the winter. You see them all parked on the ice, and then during the summer they're getting to work. And I just thought, how incredible! Like Alaska apparently is a hotspot for gold.
Well,
But
in
that is-
Juneau, there are trails that go up to the old gold mines. The old mines are still there. So you
So,
can
I
see the
love it.
wooden entrance.
Yeah, so it only makes sense for Bitcoin to be the next,
Yeah.
the most pristine collateral in the world that they begin mining
Well,
in Alaska.
and then that's the other part. There's a big sign that Wade sent me off the trail in this one particular area where they used mercury to pull gold out. Like, had something to do with the
in
processing
the
of
water
it
or in the ground.
in the ground,
Okay.
on a mountain.
Okay.
So there's a nice sign there that says, do not
Yeah.
eat anything,
Yeah.
do not drink anything, do not touch the berries. This area is like a disaster.
Huh.
And I'm like, yeah, Bitcoin mining's not going to do that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I love it.
So-
we got
Yeah,
so many
it's huge.
advantageous, like, rooting for you. Good stuff.
And not to mention,
So-
if everybody doesn't come up to
Gents, we're
Alaska,
going to Alaska.
you should be writing it. I mean, look, there's no better vacation with your
Right.
Bitcoin
Yeah,
friends
I'm
and
bringing
writing it
my
off on
family.
your.
Fucking going. We're going.
Listen,
It's happening.
Wade they have things, the ladies in town in Juneau,
Yeah.
they have a whole schedule lined up for the families. So people have things to do all week.
I love it.
It's awesome.
love it.
And I'm
Let's
like,
go.
people will be so excited to be able
Yeah.
to bring their kids
Yeah.
and bring stuff and be able to do things.
Yeah.
So it's cool.
Even the Bitcoin conferences now have kid care, they accommodate families now,
Yeah.
right? Because
They don't have dolphins and orcas and whales like we do.
Right, no doubt.
Your kids will like that more.
Yep, for sure.
Vegas, Alaska.
Yeah.
Kids, where do you want to go?
Right. I mean, I'm sold on the king crabs.
Oh my gosh, that is the most incredible thing. And then like the bears. There's a backyard bear. There's a roadside bear every day.
Huh.
You know, walking through town.
Polar bears.
No.
Okay.
These are black bears,
Okay.
which are, well, I don't want to say any bear is safe, but in terms of bears, the black bears are the best. They're pretty well fed, so they don't want anything to do with humans, really. They're just walking through
black bears
town.
are pretty
Yeah, as long as they're well fed, they're not going to bother you. So, but yeah, there's so many like nature things to learn. So
Yeah, I'm looking
hey,
forward to
Jack,
it.
what's up?
Hey, did you?
What's up, man?
Want us to sit down and, like, do an interview?
Just did.
I know you just did.
I mean, it's live, right? Okay, yeah, we just did the whole thing. Yeah. Who's good? Good. Yeah, nice.
Help me, come on, you want to talk? Come talk.
Hey, Robert. This is Mel.
That's what we got to watch out for, right?
Robert. I don't even know your last name.
Look.
We met. Right, y'all were about to be joined by he's kind of split off and running his own production.
Technician at Ocean
Give me the
Mine.
nutshell real quick.
We'll get that for you in just a second.
Specifically on Bitcoin mining. They do like Bitcoin mining growth with American. So I think what Bitcoin mining serves as is a platform for Americans.
You and I have a lot to talk about.
Oh, really?
Because I'm working on Bitcoin Alaska, which needs exactly what happened in Alaska. There's energy security in the villages. I mean, there's
Yeah.
Join me.
Alaska.
Come hang out, Jack. All right, mister. So, this is your second time at a mining disrupt, or
Yes.
any? Do you notice any difference? Is there any impressing? What's your first take on today?
Oh, well, first of all, the layout and the whole atmosphere is a lot more cash than last time. For some reason, it was packed into like a low ceiling kind of like a place, and the vibe just wasn't kind of the same. So this feels bigger, kind of wider.
You're right. It feels like we're at the Bitcoin conference.
Well, yeah, it's got that nice kind of feel to it. That was kind of the first thing I noticed walking in.
Yeah.
And even though the stage setup is kind of modest in a way, like they probably could have gone bigger, but whatever. They didn't ask me. It doesn't matter. Like I like how it's a cool plan. Everybody's basically in the same room, and all the VIPs and the whales are right there. Very accessible.
I agree, Jack. Do you want to interview this gentleman? Or,
yeah.
All right, cool.
Sure.
So, please have a seat. We're
Yep.
gonna dive right into it.
All right.
What was your name?
Robert.
Robert. So, what do you do at Ocean Mine?
So I'm no longer with Ocean. I'm
Yeah.
with my own company called
Yeah.
Potential.
I'm sorry. That's how I first met him. So
Okay,
that's how I knew.
Introduce
It
him.
was
Kick
my.
off.
It was my. Yeah.
Potential.
That was my bad.
Let's learn about it.
Oh,
Potential. No.
Potential.
Potential.
Potential. Like potential without the L.
Without the L. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought I was hearing you say. And all right, well, everyone, we're doing a live broadcast here, live from Mining Disrupt, Fort Lauderdale, 2025, and I'm joined by a good friend Robert Luft, flown all the way in from Indianapolis.
That's
I got
correct.
that straight. That's
Yes.
right. And Robert goes pretty far back in the mining industry from the context I've known you, but now I realize you've kind of moved out and kind of created a new space and a new organization goes by the name of Potentia.
That's correct.
That's right. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. So Potentia is a Bitcoin mining focused company where we are really betting on Ethiopia, the opportunity that that's represented in Ethiopia. And where I think we're in a really unique place is that I like to think of us in this post-foreign aid world that we are in today.
Yeah.
And I think African nations need to really reconsider about how they're going to build and sustain their own GDP and their own growth structures. And I think what Bitcoin mining serves as a catalyst for foreign investment. And Ethiopia has really positioned and highlighted that as a reality. And I think we're just in the early stages of that.
Wow. Did this just come to you? Was it a progression of your intellect and your interests that
Yes.
converged on this, or was it an epiphany type of thing?
Yeah, Jack, I think you're exactly right. It's one, I think it was something that I was aware of. I got acquainted with Ethiopia back in October of last year. I went to Africa Bitcoin Mining Summit. And that really opened my eyes in terms of what's happening
That
on the
must have
ground.
made a difference.
Yeah, 100%.
Wow. So you saw like kind of a whole other world that I don't know, you don't see when you're just hanging out in the States all the time.
Absolutely, yeah. And and that's the great thing about Bitcoin mining is that just seeing how miners can be so entrepreneurial and find ways to around the world to really build their operations. And it's been really unique seeing Ethiopia, not just from the miners that's going into the country, but also even how the country now is looking at the opportunity to bring in more foreign investment and think about like how they can build a regulatory framework that helps keep miners, Bitcoin, even within the confines of the country, within their financial institutions.
Really? So the say the political climate or whatever the conditions are good. They're healthy. There's good opportunity for that.
Yes, I would say the government understands that Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining is an opportunity.
Okay.
And that they are being very curious and open to what type of things could be best to build a framework that's sustainable.
Really? Is there any other precedent of something like this kind of happening with Ethiopia? Well, because when I say that, then I realize that's ridiculous to ask it that way, because there's really no precedent to Bitcoin itself, right? And so the presence of it creates this kind of new world opportunity. I think what I was after is how the way you framed it at first, when you said in this post, what'd you call it?
Post-foreign aid.
Post-foreign aid kind of thing. So has the climate really changed there? Like, do they feel it? When you're there, people are like, oh yeah, things have shifted.
I think when we frame things in this post-foreign aid concept, that if you're an African nation that was reliant on that, you have no choice now but to explore and think about other options to make up for that difference. And I think now what I've personally seen is that there's an interest, because if foreign investment is willing to come to the country and start building out operations, well, what is that and how can we be a driver of that? Right. And what miners have been doing is paying in US dollars. So that's been a way for them to have a gateway to US dollars coming into their economy.
Okay, yeah,
so
that's true. That's true. So they've been really receptive to it. And so, again, your organization... Potentia, excuse me. And what's the kind of the nut or the kind of the main drive or the spark that makes Potentia work? Is it about connecting investors with being able to reach the infrastructure and all the resources available?
What I think Bitcoin mining represents as well is a bridge for how like everyday Americans who want to have exposure to Bitcoin, be involved in Bitcoin mining, but also have the idea that, can I help something from this? Can I help build an infrastructure from this?
Right.
And I think what Bitcoin mining is this layer, this bridge that allows for exposure to Bitcoin, but also at the same time have some type of positive impact on the African nation in terms of their infrastructure.
Wow. Is there any particular reason that Ethiopia, I mean, I know you said you went there and you saw what you saw. Is it the type of model that could adapt to some other regions or other countries in the vicinity?
Yeah, 100%.
That they would be open to?
Yeah, and I think, again, going to this post-foreign aid type concept, how do you counter that? How do you exist within that? I think you got to first realize, what are we positive within? And if that is natural resources, if that's hydroelectricity, if that's some type of other forms of energy that some of these nations have, you start there and understand, like, how can that be a source of power generation that Bitcoin miners can identify? So to your point, yes, it's something that can be repeatable.
Wow. Right. So you're open to speaking with whatever venture funds or individual investors?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Whatever the range?
Yeah.
We will not discriminate people that want to get involved.
Open to conversation for sure.
I like that. Is there a particular like a fuel or a way to drive the energy needs when you're in Ethiopia? I say that realizing that I don't understand what type of things are available there. Is there really good hydroelectric?
So 90% of their power. So 90% of their power is coming from hydroelectricity.
It does, huh?
Yeah, and they're building the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. They're doing expansion there, and it should expand to 45 gigawatts of power over the coming years.
Oh, really?
So there's going to be a large of abundance of power that's coming online.
What, and we can tap into that?
Absolutely. Yes.
Really? It's not like a precious resource that becomes so competitive or get boxed out by political forces or?
Well, what's interesting is that they're in the game of selling power, so that's why you're already seeing miners coming to the country. So,
Okay.
so that's a way for them to identify a new industry and segment that previously wasn't buying that power. So now they are.
That's true. I
Yeah.
realize there's a big market for that. Right?
Absolutely. And I think also what that does, it opens up dialogue with America. With America now having a strategic Bitcoin reserve, I think it's vital that we start looking at other nations who's also putting a huge emphasis on Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, and what type of bilateral, what type of new diplomacy type conversations are going to derive from that.
Right.
Because now we all have a vested interest in the health of the network.
Yeah, mutual benefit there. That's right. That makes sense. Wow. Well, it's quite an undertaking. Is it just you, or have you developed a team of good trusted?
Yeah, yep. I got a
pals?
team. Yep, it's
Yeah.
a couple of those guys here with me at the event, and I have some employees within Ethiopia as well.
Oh, really?
Yes.
When are you heading back over there then?
I think I need to go over there here in about a month or so.
I was going to say, does it require some of your presence?
Yes.
And your charm as the spearhead, as the voice of the project?
I have the opportunity to work with a Ethiopian agency, a government agency, in terms of writing a joint paper that's very specific in terms of the Ethiopian opportunity. So I'm just saying that because, yes, that's one of the reasons why I have to keep going back there, is developing those relationships, having some infrastructure and investment that's happening on the ground, and just keep charging ahead.
Yeah, I like it. Are there some things that you could say they're coming online within the next quarter, the next season?
Yeah.
How do you look at it that from sort of project management point of view?
Yeah, so for myself, I just launched the company about a month and a half ago, so our platform should be coming online here in the next couple months, and then we're going to have some joint publication papers that's going to be coming out. We just had a conference in Ethiopia just a few weeks ago that helped create some new conversations that stem from that. So we're still very early, but things are moving pretty quickly.
Okay. Wow. How impressive. Yeah, is the family on board? They're really proud of you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, I know they are every day.
Yeah.
But this must be quite an undertaking.
Oh, yeah, I think the wife is very happy to see me do something that's big and that I think allows me to fully utilize all my abilities.
Yeah, it does sound really big.
Yeah.
I know. That's cool. Well, what else? Tell us why you're here at Mining Disrupt, just by the way. Is it just a matter of
seeing old friends?
Seeing old friends,
yes.
But and making some good connections.
Absolutely.
There's a wealth of talent and resource here.
Yeah, so I know a number of individuals here, so it's great catching up with some individuals, and also I'm in the beginning stages of some partnerships, so finalizing some things there, and just seeing what's new in the industry.
Yeah. I know it's kind of fun, right?
Yeah.
I know. A little bit of a shift from last year's Disrupt. I don't know if you were here for this one.
I was here last year for one day and I had to cut out.
Anyway, yeah,
Yep.
Doesn't matter. It's getting better and better every season as we go.
Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate you sharing a little good insight on that. Can you tell our friends and our fans how they can find you out there in the interweb?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can visit us on our website at www.potentia.digital and on our social media channels as well, Potentia. And we're going to be having some more content on some items here in the very near future.
Wow. Good. Fantastic. Well, I look forward to seeing them come together. Say the domain again.
www.potentia.digital.
Digital.
Digital.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
I know,
I
yeah.
haven't heard that domain in use.
I know, yeah.
Domain anchor or whatever they call it.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was pretty cool. I'm like, maybe there might be something there.
Nice.
Yeah.
I know. Did you have to wrestle that from someone?
No, because .com wasn't available.
Loose?
I'm like, you know what? I like that one anyway.
Right. I know. I was like, I'm already tired of .io or whatever.
Yeah.
So
And none of those were available.
I know, of course.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like the word.
Yeah.
Did you come up with that?
Nope.
Is that your brainchild?
Nope. That was just there on GoDaddy for select.
All right, Robert. Thanks for hanging out.
Absolutely.
Where are you off to next?
Hanging out with those guys.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And talking some junk.
Good.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
Am I going to see you this evening? We're going to one of those.
Yeah, what are you doing tonight? Dude, Dude, like, are we connected on like Telegram or anything?
I'm not sure.
That's good.
All the guys, you know,
What's going on for your Telegram? What's
the top of the industry.
one of the years they have our phone number?
Yeah, he's money. It's really not his money. He's grown. Groceries. You can walk past him and catch them. Yeah. That is one place I would actually for sure. Their embodiment hazmat. Yeah. No, don't go. Don't go. It's the kind of thing that you go to when you make fun of it in schools. That's right. It's all about the story. If you happen to be there, you got a second. So yeah, then you would do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, he lives in India. I'm Mexico stuff. Yeah. Imagine. Oh yeah. Yeah, I would like to. Yeah. Those fans and
What's up, guys? We're over here chatting, and we forgot that we're not within range of the mic. So let's get back in our hot seats, and we'll just continue the conversation. So essentially, what we were talking about just now is we're at Mining Disrupt, right? We're seeing a bunch of vendors selling mining equipment and industry professionals, thought leaders in the space. And Scott was wondering, is it too late right now to get into the mining game at a high level in order to actually have a profitable enterprise? And that is a good question.
With where technology is headed towards artificial intelligence, nuclear versus the ASIC structure that we've been accustomed to so far.
Right. Yeah. And so with AI coming into the equation, right, are we going to see this Moore's law take effect, right, where it just doubles, right, where our computing power, where these efficiencies double overnight, and our current ASIC infrastructure is essentially outdated. And in order for you to compete in this area, you have to have tremendous capital to invest into these new wave, into this new GPU miner that comes onto the market. It could be that AI helps develop this new breakthrough, right? Because we're going to see that on all fronts in every industry. We're going to see disruption. So we were just talking about that, and I brought up the point that I'm not exactly sure. We're going to actually ask that question to someone on the inside who would know the ins and outs, and we'll get back to that. But I brought up the point that here at Consensus Protocol, we're essentially a mining company. We don't offer a service. We just have data centers around the world mining Bitcoin and facilitating blockchain infrastructure around the world 24/7. That doesn't require us to offer a service because we are essentially just, we are, delegating our computing power to various chains, and there's obviously a revenue model there. But what I was saying is that we have another side of our company that we just launched called Curate, because a lot of people would come to us and ask how they can get involved, right? They would say, hey, we want to mine, how can we get started? And this was, 5 years ago, and things were booming. And we didn't want to start, a services side of our company, right? We didn't want to provide a service. We just wanted to keep expanding as a mining infrastructure company. And so we didn't decide to offer anything at the time, but again and again, people would come and ask, they literally say, they say, hey, here's $1 million. We want to mine, take our money. But we weren't positioned at the time to do so. But things have changed, right? So last year we decided to start offering this and essentially partner with these people where we lend them our a portion of our equipment, not just land. We actually sell it to them. We become 50-50 partners where they invest, they own all of the equipment that we sell them, and we essentially facilitate and manage the the mining operation. And what that does is it allows someone who has no experience at all to begin mining Bitcoin right away at electricity rates that require tremendous negotiating power and leverage to achieve. I hope that's not too confusing. So essentially what we were getting at is that a few clients came to us and said, hey, we want to get started. And a lot of them came from real estate. So since then, one of our clients, he began with $1 million. And right now, the way the ROI is looking is that within 12 months, he'll have his money back. And then from there on, it's pure profit. So, he was a little skeptical at first, but we looked at the numbers, we looked at the projections, right? There's variables, but, historically speaking, it's a pretty reliable calculation.
Are you actually distributing that $1 million back after 12 months, like selling the Bitcoin to give them, or it's just like paper money? You're at a point now after 12 months, we could give you your money back if you wanted it.
So, good question. I'll have to ask Maddie about that. So I believe that the way we're doing it right now is that we take that investment and we actually deploy it for new equipment. Because right now we have maxed all of our facilities out. We are, firing on all cylinders. But we have connections in the industry to get equipment at a phenomenal price, right? At a rate that outsiders can't get, right? Because we have established relationships, established connections, and we have electricity rates all around the world that you cannot find elsewhere. So essentially what's happening is when you mine Bitcoin at a fantastic, electricity, if you're mining Bitcoin in a place in the world where your electricity rates are low and your equipment is, and you were able to purchase your equipment at a decent price, you're essentially able to purchase Bitcoin at half of the price that it's going for on the open market. So it's very attractive, and it's a way for someone to get in and essentially be able to participate on the mining side without really having to have any experience.
And I think that stat that you just said, half of where Bitcoin is trading at, that's if you're like an exceptionally good miner. Because I think that I just read a stat recently that the cost to mine a Bitcoin is almost at what the price of spot Bitcoin is right now, like around 86,000. But that's for your like standard Bitcoin miner who maybe doesn't know what they're doing.
Correct. Yeah. So
point being, if you're able to buy it at what the cost is, that's a really good buy. But if you're ever able to buy it at what half of what the spot price is, that's an exception.
Exactly. So if you find places in the world where the electricity, where the electricity rates are so competitively low, you're essentially able to get it at a discounted rate. You're able, if you're combining your experience and these various factors, then you have that advantage, and it makes sense for someone who comes from real estate, right, where you are essentially investing into a hard asset, and in these terms, you're investing into Bitcoin equipment, right? You're buying the picks and shovels to mine the gold. And so I think, there is a way for someone to get in now and still be able to reap the reward. Although it is extremely hard if you're starting from scratch, right? Because you're dealing with enterprise level mining operations that have billions of dollars to invest, where the average person just cannot compete with. But you can still, you can still see upside there. But if you do it the way that we're offering, where you work with someone who's already established and you get access to those electricity rates, to that equipment at an industry rate, then now you're able to essentially fast track yourself to be able to like instantly mine Bitcoin at a very competitive price. And so, for example, like our clients, our first client has since then tripled down, right? So he started with $1 million, and a few months later he came back and said, I've never seen anything like this, right? He's done real estate for most of his life. He says, I've never seen anything like this. I want to double down. So he did. And then since then he's tripled down. And my uncle comes from real estate, multiple developments, and he's making a good income. And I've tried to convince him, to allocate to Bitcoin, but it's hard for some people to get around to it, right? In theory, he likes the idea, but it's just scary for him. It's scary for him to make that leap. I'm gonna sit him down with Nick, our first client. He's not our only client at this time, because he has brought us various friends as well. But the only reason I'm bringing this up is because of this question: is it too late for the average person to get involved? There's multiple ways to get involved in the space, and mining is one of them. But right, you can hold the asset, or you can mine the asset. What better way, to participate in the Bitcoin ecosystem than to contribute your hash power and actually mine fresh Bitcoin yourself?
Well, I think the answer to that is, if you're doing it on a large scale like you guys are, then it makes sense. On a smaller scale, some would argue it is better just to just buy the spot Bitcoin and hold on to it, as opposed to dumping money into one or two miners that you're taking a flyer as if it works or not.
Right.
You're doing it and able to take advantage of like bulks and inefficiencies of buying the utilities, buying the miners at bulk. Then there's a lot more opportunity to have a lot more upside. But if you're doing it on a small scale, I would just get a bid axe and just send a prayer out there and see if you can get mine a block or something.
Just for fun, like
just
it's an educational thing too. Get a bid
Yeah,
axe
there's
for
lots
your
to
kid.
learn.
Right.
I actually haven't done that, but I want to. I mean, I think just this past week, like there were 2 blocks mined by a bid axe, just like random dudes.
Yeah.
A $250 piece of material.
Right. What essentially you're unlocking $80,000, right? If you actually is it
$240,000. They get the whole block.
They get the whole block, right? So how much is in each block? Is it 0.4 Bitcoin?
3.25.
It's 3.25. Would you look at that?
So you're over 240,000 at this point. You're like 270,000.
That's incredible.
For something that you bought for $250,
right?
That's a serious return.
Yeah, beats a lottery ticket. I tell you. So besides that, you've come around. Your Bitcoin journey has started roughly 2020, right? Roughly around COVID time.
Yeah.
Did that have to do? Go ahead.
Yeah, 2020, I started. I had a buddy that was trying to get me to get into it since like 2018, and then 2020 is the first time I actually ended up buying it. After COVID happened and they printed $5 trillion. So it's like, okay, this is what you were talking about.
The big print.
It was the big print, and then Michael Saylor did it around the same time, and I was like, well, this guy seems really smart. And then you just start going down the rabbit hole. And what happened with me, I've had a background in commercial real estate for 10 years, and on the private equity side at a pretty high level. And you start looking at the returns of real estate and commercial real estate. And if you're not beating the money printer, which is at roughly the 7 to 10% every year, which means if you're not getting a cash on cash return year one of your real estate of at least 7%, you're losing money. And it's been almost impossible to find that type of return in real estate since 2018, really. And then you look at the compound annual growth rate of Bitcoin compared to that return,
You're looking at like 40 to 50% every year. Granted, with a little bit more risk where, you know, you have a tangible asset of real estate versus not tangible, but 45% versus 7% every year, you're comparing apples and oranges. Like Bitcoin makes a whole lot more sense. So like to that guy who's now investing $1 million a year or every couple of months now, like he's gone through that same paradigm shift of like, wait, I've never seen anything like this before, because he's never seen that in real estate. Bitcoin is completely unique with way more upside.
So
The only thing is you can't touch it. So to your uncle's defense, you can't understand it. He's like, you know, you can't, you know, no one can take this away from me.
Right.
And then the counter would be, well, actually, it could burn down and completely go away. But
Yeah,
it's hard to explain that to a boomer who isn't as tech savvy.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, the house, you know, the actual architecture, you know, could burn down, but the property itself
still
remains, right?
Yeah.
But the you know, the property itself.
But then Chris Sullivan would say, you don't actually own the property.
Right. Exactly.
Which is a whole other
eminent domain, right? If the government decides, hey, we want to build a highway here, yeah, you'll be bought out, right? But will it be at market rate, right? But here's the other thing. You know, if there is instability, right? Regional instability, you can't take your property with you, right? You can't flee and take all of your belongings with you. So in that sense, you know, Bitcoin for the first time offers you a way to cross any border instantaneously with all of your net worth, essentially, right? So imagine if people during, you know, any world war had this, right? People fleeing Germany, right? Imagine they could liquidate their assets and leave with everything they have, or people leaving Russia or Ukraine, right? Like we saw, you know, what happened there. You know, people lined up at the ATMs. You know, they couldn't get their funds out, right? Things were frozen. You know, again and again throughout history, we see essentially people losing all of their, you know, savings overnight and having to start over. Imagine if your lineage, your bloodline, had a generational, you know, multi-generational savings fund, right? Where, you know, no matter what political climate, no matter, you know, what, you know, regime was ruling, they could pass that on, right? I think we'd have a lot more of a stable, you know, wholesome society where individuals knew who they were, you know, they had, you know, understanding of the value of their you know, predecessors of their you know, their lineage. Whereas today, it almost feels like we're living in this time and age where there's no more community really. Everybody's constantly shifting around, you know, relocating based on, you know, career opportunities, and essentially going nearly paycheck to paycheck, just trying to like essentially like have this hope of being a homeowner, you know, like maybe one day, you know, having your house paid off, right? Whereas imagine you came from a lineage where like
house paid off. People are just trying to buy a house to begin with.
Yeah, or even just buy a house. Like you know, you're in the industry. I like to, you know, think, you know, what's going to happen in the next generation now that you have a you know, you will be a father soon, and you know, congratulations. That is an incredible journey and an incredible new chapter. And your son, you will likely, you know, have a Bitcoin piggy bank, right? You're gonna have a Bitcoin baby. And imagine this generation now, like having this.
It feels like the only exit strategy and the only way to truly pass down something of worth to the next generation, because the next big print, as we just talked about, is just going to devalue anything that you think you're going to be passing down to the next generation otherwise. You know, like the more they print money, the less purchasing power stock really has, the less purchasing power real estate really holds. And like people don't quite grasp that, but Bitcoin holds that purchasing power. And so it's like actually worth holding on to you know, leave to next generations.
You know, most people
it's hard to like really grasp, because unless you see that chart of like what a house was worth in 2016, 2020, and 2024, and then how many Bitcoin it took to buy each of those in those same periods, until you see it like that, the nominal like price difference thing and real purchasing power, it's just like you say those two words and most people are like, fuck it, I don't want to think about it. When you see that chart and you see that 4 Bitcoin can buy you a house now versus it took 100 Bitcoin 8 years ago, and the price in dollars has gone up 250,000, like that really shows the purchasing power growth of Bitcoin over that time. And it's only going to continue to be that way. 4 years from now, it's going to be 1 Bitcoin to buy a house. So,
right, in fiat, denominated terms,
it's only continuing to go up, and it's not holding its worth.
Right. So fiat, government issued currency, what at this point in time, it's almost like, this dollar hegemony, which, we're in the United States, we're Americans, right? We want dollar, we want a strong dollar, right? Because ultimately, like, we don't want to see our economy and our, currency, fail. But as Americans, we are also in real time, being debased by our government. The currency that is supposed to be, our national currency is being indebted by a private entity, right? The Federal Reserve, which we didn't get to have a say on that. And, as Americans, you would think, oh, we're patriotic, right? Like, we want the dollar to be strong. And don't get us wrong. We want America to be strong. But we're caught in this, we're caught in this, we're at a crossroads here. We're torn here because what is more patriotic? Pledging blind allegiance to a government-issued, fiat currency, or, pledging not allegiance, but storing your life's energy and, transacting in a currency that actually, maintains its value and purchasing power. In a sense, we would love to be able to use the dollar, but because we have record high inflation and a military industrial complex that just continues to find reasons to increase taxation, and essentially taxation without representation. We're at a point in time now where it is actually more patriotic, according to the sentiment of our founding fathers, to opt into Bitcoin, because it transcends this, this tyrannical, this mentality or this governing structure that the British Empire at one point imposed on us, on our forefathers, where the British Empire was able to tax its citizens so hefty that they had no chance but to revolt. They had no choice but to revolt, because you essentially couldn't. There was no more hope. There was no more ability to escape this this constant essentially this existential day-to-day survival crisis, where if you had the opportunity to store your wealth in a asset like gold used to be, where it's outside of any political climate and it maintains its value and even increases in value, then you can actually have the chance to plan ahead, to build towards something, to own your property, and to leave behind something for your future generations. But we don't live in a golden standard world anymore. And even gold has been hijacked, where, you know, in history we've seen examples where gold has been seized by, you know, the American government. So I think we're at this time now where we're going to see Bitcoin become, you know, an American. I think the American spirit is ready to embrace the Bitcoin ethos, and that there no longer will be this either or, you know, contrast. It's going to be they can coexist, and Bitcoin essentially will hopefully become this, you know, human currency where it transcends any government, and it just represents the good of, you know, of the you know, the good of the people. So I hope you know, this rabbit hole that I'm going down, I hope you can keep up, because I'm connecting a lot of dots. But really, why are we here to begin with, right? It's because the most scarce asset and resource we have is time. And when your money is, when you're being paid a currency that someone can print, right? When you're giving your time for a currency that someone can just print out of thin air, you're like a sand watch, right? Like, you're just fading away, right? But if you're being paid in an asset that maintains its value because no one can decide, you know, to issue more at any time they want, you're essentially like buying back your time. And so that's why we always try to encourage people to hedge, you know, to allocate, to diversify.
It's a massive generational psyop. When our parents or the boomers were being paid in a currency that somebody could print, it was closer towards the gold standard, so that it was at least people either were tricked to think that they still were on the gold standard, or at least they hadn't, you know, gone crazy and started printing money endlessly, so there was a little bit more value to it. Now, 50 years into this experiment, you got to open your eyes and just realize we are so far away from being on a gold standard, to the point where something has to change, and we have to either go back to that or adopt something different. And that different thing is Bitcoin. It should be Bitcoin. But it's taking a lot longer for people to really open their eyes to that process. I think it takes something like almost like a catastrophic event. Like, for me, it was COVID. That didn't wake up everybody, but I think it woke up a lot of people. Yep. It'd be like another something like that to get a new tranche of people to be like, wait, this isn't making sense.
Right. That's a good point. You know, this is the tough, you know, this is a bittersweet truth about Bitcoin, is that Bitcoin flourishes in
it's the Michael Saylor need to know. If you don't need to know, and it's not a crazy volatile situation,
right,
then you're like, well, you know, the dollar's fine. I'm happy. But you hit a situation like COVID where it's like, wait, something's really messed up. I need to know. My business isn't doing well. I need to know to figure this out. Or you're a country that's like $37 trillion in debt, and you need to know an answer. Like, that's when you start to really get Bitcoin. But it takes that circumstance to really get to that point. So, unfortunately.
Yeah. So if there was, you know, a massive economic, you know, collapse, like if we saw, you know, a recession the like of 2008, that would be great for Bitcoin, right? But it would be terrible for the average person.
Yeah.
And we don't want that. We want a soft landing, ideally. And the way we see that happening is if, you know, right now we have a real opportunity with Doge, right? What's going on with Doge? And with this conversation about having a national strategic, you know, Bitcoin reserve, if we continue it toward that trend, then there is a chance, you know, for us to actually turn the ship around before you know, we inevitably hit this iceberg. But it could be that we're so far gone, right? Because essentially, you know, Elon was making this point. He said our interest on our debt alone is like more than our
military spending,
more than our military budget. Insane. So just the interest alone on the fucking debt because we are indebted to a private entity in the Federal Reserve. And this is where you follow the money all the way back throughout history, and you see how how all throughout history there has been a thread that happens again and again and again because governments issue currencies and they inevitably inflate away your purchasing power and inevitably indebt and enslave the populace. And so for the first time, really, like how America broke away from Great Britain and became the first democracy, constitutional republic, right? The first country outside of a king, right? In the modern day. This was an experiment that proved everything that the human spirit was was believing to be possible, right? We saw for the first time people from all around the world flock together to contribute to this experiment that is America, where you have these what are declared by Thomas Jefferson to be inalienable rights, right? That these are essentially intrinsic values that no government should be able to impede, and that is your pursuit, your right to pursue happiness and to have the opportunity at pursuing that happiness and to have freedom of speech, right? All these things are profound, and if you look throughout history, like those were not a given most of the time. And so for the first time here now with Bitcoin, we have a similar dynamic where it's a currency, a money outside of governments. So the way that America disrupted that top-down control from a king to a peasant, we now have a currency that doesn't have to respond to any one government. So I think what we're going to witness is eventually the critical thinkers, right, the founding fathers of all the nations in the world, how they broke away, right? They essentially had to escape Great Britain, and there was bounties put on their head, right? These are some insane real events that most of us don't learn about in school, where these founding fathers, by signing the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, right, the Committee of Five, these guys essentially put their life on the line, standing up for what they believed was absolutely necessary for humanity to have a fair shot at achieving its potential. And they thought, hey, it's worth risking our lives so that future generations can have these liberties.
And amongst a population at the time that didn't want to be involved. I mean, isn't there some stat that like only 5% of the American males at the time actually participated in the war? Like there was a large portion of the population at that time that was still loyal to Great Britain. They didn't want to rock the boat. They didn't want to be involved. And it took like a very small portion of strong men to be like, no, we're not taking, we want to take our freedom back. We're not putting up with this anymore.
That is fascinating. Yeah. Wow. So once again, here these early adopters within this Bitcoin ecosystem are like, they're cut of the same cloth that these, brave individuals throughout the past who stood up and took the chance and took the risk, and it paid off, right? Here we are today. Bitcoin wouldn't exist if it wasn't for America, right? We wouldn't have the technology to get to where we are if we didn't have this, capitalist infrastructure where the free market, right? And because we are now in this day and age where we have this tool, we now need to figure out how to preserve it. And that brings us to this other discussion of mining. Bitcoin in and of itself, the protocol is sound. It is an open source, technology that anyone can audit at any time. Everybody has access to. But there's the mining side of Bitcoin that most people don't know about. And that is yet another fascinating, field to explore. But one thing about it is, because it seems boring, because the more exciting part of Bitcoin is the the gains, right? The financial upside, right? But none of that's possible if we lose the decentralization of Bitcoin, right? It goes back to a centralized currency, and there's enough of those, right? So mining in and of itself in the last 10 years has been somewhat centralized, where so much institutional money has entered the game to where now you see, traditional venture capitalist, groups investing into various mining infrastructure. And when you have that level of funding, you can eat up quite a bit of that, of that market share, of that hash rates. And what we're seeing is you can collectively mine. Anybody can still mine today. You can buy an ASIC miner and you can start mining the Bitcoin blockchain yourself right now. But if you want to have a higher likelihood of generating consistent Bitcoin, you're essentially going to want to join a pool of miners. And essentially what that is that you all point your hash power to the same IP or to the same infrastructure. And what that does, to the same template. And what that does is it allows for all of that hash power to collectively mine and to then share the upside, right? So it's like at an office where if you do a lottery pool, right? You can buy one lottery ticket and your odds are, what they are. But if everyone in your office pools their funds and you buy multiple lottery tickets and you decide to share the revenue, right? Now you raise your chances and have that much of a more likelihood to strike. It's the same thing with mining. When you join a mining pool, you're essentially jumping in with various thousands of other ASIC miners, and you're now sharing the upside. And that's all great. Nothing wrong with that. But
that was stimulated because of the price of creating hash became so expensive that people were forced to create these pools, or else they couldn't compete with other larger institutions. And then it just so happened that those large institutions couldn't compete with the other large institutions, so now they're pooling together, right? It's all a function of how expensive the actual mining is becoming, right? Like, that's why these pools are being created. Because otherwise, why wouldn't a large institution just keep all of the, hash power for themselves and all of the rewards for themselves? It was kind of a game theory almost within
the electricity rates. Right. You're right. It's so hard. And this brings us back to the beginning of this conversation is it still possible to get in now, or is it too late, right? Is it too costly to join, the mining industry now? The answer is no. There's ways to go around it, but because of what Scott described here, these pools have grown to be so large, and these mining, companies there's quite a Mara and a select few have so much of the of the share of this hash rate that this becomes a centralizing issue. They also, by the government, are forced to KYC. So everybody that's directing their hash rate towards that pool has to KYC. So this leads to the potential that at some point the government might say that this individual, this Bitcoin address, participated in some politically incorrect activity, and therefore we want them excluded from the next transaction, from the next block. And this is all hypothetical, but the fact that this is even a possibility, is cause for concern. So there's quite a few people here today, like Ocean Mining, that are offering a solution to this, where they have mining pools that have templates that any ASIC miner can point, their hash rate towards, that do not force you to KYC. So there's no way that they can ever censor you because they don't know who you are, right? And that's a very important thing. Privacy is something that we don't quite understand as the average person, right? We always think, if you have nothing to hide, who cares, right? You got nothing to worry about. But that, unfortunately, is not the reality. Privacy essentially protects your right to dissent. If you live in a place like CCP China, the government doesn't care what you're watching on your TV, right? They don't care about that level of privacy. But if the government sees or can observe your text messages and has an algorithm that's trained to pick up certain keywords, and they can detect that you are critical of the leadership, that can have a real impact on your social credit score, right? And if you have a system where your privacy can be exploited, essentially what that does is it gets people to self-censor. And when people begin to self-censor, then they no longer freely express themselves. And that's the beginning of the end, right? Eventually it gets to the point where like people are doing unspeakable things, but everybody's too afraid to speak up. And usually, throughout history, we've seen this in communist regimes, socialist regimes, but they all share that common thread where they first attack your privacy. And that's why Bitcoin has this pseudonymous chain where you can choose to reveal your identity. Your Bitcoin address, your wallet address is anonymous. It doesn't have a name associated to that address unless you KYC with something like Coinbase. But even if you create a Coinbase wallet address, you can now spawn, a Swan wallet address or a Lightning Network address, right? You can create your own Bitcoin wallet address outside of Coinbase and send that Coinbase to that address, and now it's separated from your KYC identity. And look, all that matters because at the end of the day,
But aren't you then just KYC'd at Swan too if you send it from Coinbase to Swan?
True. So Swan is forced to KYC as well. So you'd have to go with like Moon or one of these like Bitcoin wallets that does not force you to KYC. And what's crazy is that any wallet provider in America is forced to KYC because of the SEC regulations, right? AML stuff.
But then you can mix it or do a whirlpool to then completely get rid of your public key, and then it just goes away.
Right.
But then there's an argument that Bitcoin is then tainted, and who knows what that tainted Bitcoin is going to be worth in the future, which I am not as worried about, and I whirlpool and mix my Bitcoin, but it's something to keep in mind.
That's an interesting thought, right? Because if you have tainted Bitcoin, what does that mean? It means that you might be receiving, because it's mixing, your Bitcoin with other Bitcoin, that is being mixed by other individuals, and that those individuals could have extracted that Bitcoin doing something fraudulent, right? They could have been involved in scams or whatever. And what could happen in the future is that certain wallet addresses can be blacklisted, right? And this doesn't have to be by a centralized entity. This can just be by a database that just keeps track of
on the
blockchain, or just that could be consider it like a bulletin board, like a public bulletin board, right, where people can just post,
don't do transactions,
right,
with
their
this.
personal experiences, and eventually that can compile, and then algorithms and various language models can essentially give you a rating on a wallet, right, where
then you would just whirlpool out of that wallet.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows with quantum computing, there could be a way to even trace that whirlpool stuff eventually. Who knows?
Right, who knows? But here's the bigger argument. It's like, why are we participating in these why is our money being so heavily regulated? We're going to get the inside scoop now on everything that's going on within the centralization of mining. So he's what's his name? I forget his name. He's on the team at Ocean Mining, and what they're doing is hands down going to preserve the decentralization of the Bitcoin network. And it's very important that everybody becomes aware of this issue because it's not talked about enough. We all love Bitcoin. We all love the possibility of having a decentralized money. But if the mining infrastructure is centralized, then the top, the overlords can essentially begin censoring transactions. And then we lose the biggest, decentralized network that, the world has ever seen. And for this experiment to have the same outcome, right? You can always say, "Oh, we'll create a new Bitcoin. Why not just make a new Bitcoin?" Like how Jason from All In Pod says. He said, "Oh, it will just be a new Bitcoin," right?
Hasn't done the work.
Hasn't done the work. The various moving pieces that had to come together for this to be what it is. You know, the fact that we have an anonymous creator. You know, this was all very strategic, and for us to reproduce these results, you know, are very unlikely. So we want to preserve what we have so that future generations can benefit from it, you know, for thousands of years to come. So yeah, man. Do you want to challenge it?
Whatever you want to. Go ahead. Whatever you want to do.
These guys. So
What's going
we're
on?
live, we're live streaming.
How are you?
Hey, dude, I'm Scott.
David.
Nice to meet you.
So
David, with Ocean Mining.
you've met before, yeah?
So, do you want to talk? Do you want to talk over? Should I talk? How do you feel?
It's up to you.
Okay. So I would love to talk. I got some. So if you want to jump in, what you guys are doing is so important.
Oh, with Ocean? No, I'm not with Ocean.
You know Ocean?
No, no, I never was. I just okay. So I pushed a bunch of hash rate to them early on. They did come to me for a round of funding, but I had all my capital tied up in mines. But I was like, hey, I can't put it. It was fun. They introduced me to Jack Dorsey, put him on a call, and I'm like, oh, that's fun, right? But so I'm not as rich as he is, so all my stuff is in Bitcoin right now. I said, but I will point hash rate. So I started pointing hash rate to them. Big advocate of what they do. Decentralization is very important. As a miner, it gives you, a lot more control of your destiny, how your hash rate is used, right? Because miners are not really doing transactions, right? They're the transaction. The pools are the ones inside the transaction. So I like what they're doing. It's very important to me as a miner. But I'm an independent consultant. I've worked on a lot of different projects, on-grid, off-grid gas mining sites. I came in immersion.
Let's sit down.
Hydro.
I don't want to.
I like that shirt.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
thank
don't want you to have to yourself. This is great.
That's the third time today. I don't
Let's
know
get
if
in
you
here.
guys know
Let's
this.
get in
My
here.
favorite subject is me.
Favorite subject is you. That's like most people, right?
Most people are.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So you're on the consulting side of things now?
Yeah, so I have had some full-time gigs, but it's I've been freelance for I guess maybe about 2.5, 3 years, and so I just have a network now. I've been in it long enough to where people come to me when they need help with cool projects, and I like to pick and choose, what direction I get. Sometimes I don't have a choice. Sometimes you need a paycheck, but I've been very lucky to work on a bunch of my stuff.
Yeah. Right on. So, what is like when you come to a conference like this, Mining Disrupt 2025? It's been going on for multiple years now. What brings you back? What is it that you're looking for? What makes it worthwhile?
Sure.
To come.
Sure. So I get this is a very personal connection for me. The way I came into the space was kind of by accident. Just learning about mining. I wasn't even a Bitcoiner at the time, and working with some of these people that are in this space, right? That's what Orange built me, right? So they'd say stuff. It's like, oh, the mempool's crazy. Sats for VByte. And I was like, oh yeah. And I was like, I don't know what that means, right? So they would encourage me to. I was just like seeing their passion and their drive and their commitment. I was like, these guys know something I don't, right? So I started kind of getting into Bitcoin. Well, I left. I was working with a company, a big immersion company, right? And I left that company, trying to go out on my own, and I was very nervous, right? I never really traded on my own like that. It's scary when you take that first step. So Dennis Porter was nice enough he's like, hey, I think you need to come to Mining Disrupt. I think it's a good one. A good friend of mine, Stephen Buckle, Crypto, is a sponsor here. He's like, yeah, I got your ticket. Just, get here. I'm like, okay. And I was like that close to not showing up. I came in, sat on the panel, just talked about immersion, and it networked. I mean, I was working. I talked to every single person in that room, trying to find something to do because I did not want to have to go get a normal job.
Yeah.
I like where I am. And so two nice gentlemen saw me talk here. They gave me my first gig. It took 90 days and helped them plan out and source stuff and budget for a site. It was a 16 megawatt, pretty good sized site for a first one in 8 megawatts of immersion, 8 megawatts of air. They really, I knew how to do it, right? But they really took a chance on me and said, "Can you help us with this?" And so I did that. It went well, and I just kind of kept going. Another project, right? So if I hadn't come to Mining Disrupt 2 years ago, if I had decided it's like I just I need to go get a normal job or whatever, I would not be where I am. And last year, like for me personally, financially, and just from a work perspective, best year I've ever had, right? And so this conference, these are my people. I like the Bitcoin, big conference. I like the finance side. Samson Mao was here.
Yeah.
Right.
He was sitting right here. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So
Amazing.
right, but that's a very different piece.
Yeah.
The hardware and mining side is kind of my bread and butter. So these are my people. It's like we're all in this together. It's a very personal connection for me. So this conference is. I wouldn't be here without it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Wow. So you got into immersion.
Yeah.
What was your previous experience before that?
Just I'd run I ran a business for a while doing like business to business debt collections. I'd worked at nonprofits like the Better Business Bureau. I worked at Dell. I worked at tech companies, stuff like that. But honestly, like at 2018, I lost a business. Like I was doing really well, and then some kind of weird things changed and just disappeared. I went a year trying to find another job, couldn't find anything. I literally ended up like doing food delivery and stuff because I need income, I need something, right? And then one day I was just like I was in a bad place, and I was like I need to learn something new, do something new. So I raised grow bed off my koi pond in the backyard that I had, just because I wanted to design and build something.
Yeah.
I realized like man, I haven't taught myself anything new in like 20 years. It's like I'm stagnant. And so I did this. I figured out how to make like a flood and drain system, bell siphon, I went into the science of it, YouTube videos, right? And I built this, and my neighbor across the street came and check it out. And he said, "What are you doing?" So I told him, he's like, "How'd you do this?" I said, "Well, I just figured." He's like, "Are you an engineer?" I'm like, "No, I just YouTube videos, calculators online, do that stuff." And he's like, "What do you know about Bitcoin mining?" I was like, "Nothing." "What do you know about immersion cooling?" "Nothing." And he turns out he was the CEO of Midas, and he's my neighbor across the street.
Wow.
And if I hadn't gotten out in my
Tried
garage
something new, yeah.
and like built something, I went and spent money on a bunch of pipes and plumbing and stuff that I really shouldn't have spent the money on, right?
Yeah.
But I just wanted to build so bad, and that's the feeling that is here.
Yeah.
Like you got people making containers,
Bit
people
axe.
making BitAxe. You got we're everybody here is doing something that for the most part has never been done before.
Yeah.
And that's for the right kind of person, that's addictive.
Yeah,
right.
for
And
sure.
so if I hadn't made that change, it would have set that course in advance. And if I hadn't realized like I just need to build. So it's like just never stop designing, never stop building, never stop learning. I just kept showing up even when I wasn't sure what I was doing.
Yeah.
It's like fake it till you make it kind of stuff. And so but that's what everybody here is doing. Everybody here is trying to do stuff that's never been done before.
Right. It's taking a risk, right? But the upside is tremendous. And like you said, most of these guys are pioneers, right? They're taking existing technologies and trying to improve and offer solutions to issues that we're facing in this industry and beyond. And they're going to be rewarded heftily if they see it through. But oftentimes, these innovators are too early.
Yeah.
And that's just such an unfortunate reality, right?
Yeah.
Where they're like 10 years too early and the market's just not ready to adapt yet. But if they just stick it through, right? And the fact that that you were given a few opportunities, I think that's what this community represents. It's like they support each other, right? And you may be like Ocean, right? Launching, with whatever resources they had and their infrastructure, experienced some disruptions in the early time and whatnot, but you just work through it. And
so Luke Dasher Jr., however you say it right, is a Bitcoin OG, right? He was working on core, like in 2010, 2011, something like that, right? So, and some of the other guys on his team have been in it, for a long time, right? They could have and they all had their Bitcoin, and I'm sure they were all financially okay to begin with, right? But they still kept trying to solve problems. They saw problems, and they were not because it's financial, but because it's for the good of what we're trying to do, right? And so they're like, oh no, listen, centralization's bad. Here's why. Let's. This is something that the community is overlooking. How do we treat that right? So he developed knots, which is completely separate from core. And then you've got, but then you talk about these. I've been in mining 2.5, 3 years, knowing, and I still don't know a lot about it, but I understand kind of how the mechanics work with a pool. And the fact that when they started explaining this to me, I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't even know technically what a block template was, because we always just trusted the pools.
Right.
We didn't care.
Right.
So when you start looking at that, you're like, oh, well, I don't know where I'm putting a lot of money, a lot of energy, a lot of effort into this, a lot of risk. I don't know how my muscle is being used for the good of the network. Ocean gives you the opportunity to at least transparently see how that power is being used. And that's what I think is so important, what they're doing.
Yeah, it's incredible. So when he first told me about that, like yourself, I was unaware that was even a thing to consider.
Yeah.
Right. We're all just thinking, oh, it's a decentralized protocol. This is the most widely dispersed network of computers ever in existence, most powerful network, and so I'm thinking there is no centralization risk, right? I'm thinking, like, the 51 idea, that's improbable, right? To have that much electricity power,
51% attack.
Yeah, right. That 51% attack, it just doesn't seem feasible. But then you hear about this idea of these pools being centralized, and that is happening in real time, and we're asleep.
Yeah.
Right? And most of us are just excited about the forward-facing side of things, right? The financial side of Bitcoin, not the actual technical side. Right?
So that is what led to that centralization, right? Because Bitcoin mining initially was literally just sending Bitcoins through your nodes, and you would collect the Bitcoins when a transaction went through and when the block happened, right? You would collect 50 Bitcoin, right? Which is crazy, but this was like 2010, 2011, 2012. And so you're looking at that, but then as it grew and as more money got invested in this, more capital came in, more infrastructure, a lot more risk, right? And our tolerance for risk changed. And so they're like, well, how do we mitigate that risk? Well, it's kind of like it. I would liken it a lot to the government, right? Was it Benjamin Franklin? No, I can't remember who was it that said a person who gives up freedom for security loses both.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like I should probably know that. Maybe Andrew Jackson. I don't know. But it's the same thing, right? It's like Bitcoin miners. We were like, oh well, to know how much money and profitability we're going to get as long as we manage our power price, right? How it's going to be, how many sats and all that kind of stuff. We're going to join together. That way, it's like a guarantee, right? Well, that is the first step towards losing your freedom and losing your will and your ability to choose your own destiny, right? So it's very similar in that fact. So yes, we're seeing that happen, but we're also, people are waking up to it, starting to see it. BitX is going to be fantastic, right? I mean, you think to yourself, it's like, oh man, it's like maybe a 1 or 2 terahash or less, one of those little USB. What's that going to do? Well, when you have millions of them, that's
that collective distribution.
It's like an exahash, right? Yeah. It's an exahash out of 800 exahash, but it moves the needle, starting to move the needle, right? So it's like those kinds of things, and then solo mining, and you can do it with any miner and stuff.
Right.
So
and just as a hobbyist, just to like support the network and the ecosystem, and once you're established, like how a lot of these people you work with, they decide, hey, it's time to give back.
Yeah.
Right. Everything I've been given so much by this this community, and so now I want to preserve this for multiple generations to come. And I'm so glad you're working closely with these people, and I'm inspired. I was unaware not long ago, right?
Yeah.
So now this is like my number one rallying cry is that, hey, first of all, like, KYCing, for you to deploy your ASIC, that's counterintuitive to the entire Bitcoin mantra, right? Like, it's not what Satoshi intended. It was for you to KYC in order for you to, join some pool, right? Like, now that, once again, like, privacy is, I think the privacy, free speech, all these things go hand in hand with liberty, right? And when you lose that privacy because the government can identify what transaction is who, and then if they think that you're, too critical of the government, your wallet address can be blacklisted, and all of these things, although they're hypothetical, just having that, even if it's a 1% probability, it's just, we can't, inevitably it's gonna happen.
It's not even a percentage. It's not a if but a when.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
Like, and what's amazing, I mean, there's lots of ways we combat that, right? But so step back just a second and like, I'm not an expert on Satoshi at all. I have not gone through all of his, posts, Cypherpunk'd, all that stuff, right? But what I do like about Bitcoin, right? We sort of have some clues, but we don't really know what he envisioned for Bitcoin, or maybe he didn't, right? Maybe he saw the problem and solved the problem, but how we work it, how it evolves over time, that's what's so great about it. It's really kind of this living, breathing thing, right? That is built on proof of work, risk reward, energy spent versus energy conserved, and sovereignty, right? Being able to work as freely as possible within the boundaries of physics and time and space, right? Yeah. It's like all of that stuff. He may have just, this is weird to say, but he may have just stumbled on this, put it because you had Adam Back, you had other people that were like bringing it. Maybe he stumbled on it, put it together. Oh yeah. He knew it solved the problem. We don't know how much he really knew about or what he would want it to do. Right? But here's what's important. The most important part about that, I think he knew, and again, it's just an assumption, but I believe he knew that, like a lot of other great men in history, if he didn't give up his advantage, if he didn't either lose, I don't know how that worked back then, if he lost a file or just destroyed a computer or he burned his keys or whatever, if he didn't make that sacrifice, a lot of great men in history have had to make a sacrifice, give up their gains in order to make it a legitimate thing that can help other people, right? You got George Washington didn't become king, so he could set up the presidency, right, and Congress and whatever. You got guys like William Wilberforce, right? That was gave up his notoriety and stuff.
Andrew Jackson. He set precedent for the 2-term limit.
Yes,
right.
He could have very easily gone with it. With the opposition and been we're locked in, right? So exactly. So it's you have to make a sacrifice and give up something of yourself for the greater good, regardless of who Satoshi was and what he thought this was going to be. That I think is the key thing.
That takes such tremendous foresight, and if you are aware of human nature and of the various examples throughout history where power has corrupted again and again. Yeah. If you're aware of that and you're honest with yourself and you're trying to build something to preserve a better future for your offspring, then you make that decision before the temptation arises, right? You eliminate that possibility.
You have to.
Right? And and so that's that decentralized factor where he did not pre-mine.
What's really amazing about it, right, though, is it technically was a pre-mine because it's just his wallet, right? But he didn't give it out to friends. He didn't hide it somewhere and do, whatever. Now we could go the other way and say maybe he just accidentally lost it. We don't know.
That Voldemort, that Lord of the Rings, situation where you throw
toss
the ring in the fire. Yeah,
toss it in.
I think
man.
he burnt the keys.
I feel like he did, and I feel like that will be the long-term lesson that we learn from Bitcoin is that if you want to fix the money, you had to lose all your control over it. Yeah. You had to give it up. Trustless system, decentralized system. Everybody gets to play if they play by the rules, but nobody has to enforce the rules. They just are math and science the rules. So it's that to me is that sacrifice to me is kind of probably the key important part.
I once heard Jordan Peterson had this this dream one time, and it really struck me because he's a deep thinker, right? And, and,
I love his 10 rules for life. That's good.
Yeah. The guy, when he speaks, he gets emotional, and a lot of people make fun of him about it. But personally, I think it's because he really does actually he wrestles with some of the darkest and heaviest of realities and of truths in order to fully comprehend them, right? So like you have to really peer into that abyss and then, find the light, right? So but one of the things he said that struck me was, and this is really because of his profound understanding of what a good leader embodies. So he had a dream where he was at a graveyard, and it was a graveyard of kings, of old kings throughout history. And all of a sudden, all of these graves started rumbling and these kings started erecting from the dead, right? And he said within minutes, they started fighting each other. And it escalated into a war zone because all of these leaders, all powerful men, and like they couldn't coexist because it's like they wanted to be king, right? And he said suddenly from the sky, this light, this bright light started, descending.
Yeah.
And all the kings turned to it and stopped fighting for a moment, and we're just marveling at this light. And what they saw, what they recognize is that the King of Kings is descending, right? And in Jordan Peterson's interpretation, that was Jesus Christ.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he believed that every king had to. So in his dream, all the kings then bowed a knee, because inevitably, what every king has to acknowledge is that what they all want to do is serve their people, but where they all fall short is that they end up harming their people.
Yeah.
Because inevitably, they want to keep that power, and then they have to,
They end up serving themselves.
Yes.
They end up focusing on their own power.
Right.
They start, and it's easy to start out with the good intentions but be corrupted, right? So, if I'm not mistaken, I think where we're going with this is that in order for everyone to be safe, or for you to take care of your people, you have to be willing to give up your own power. Right.
Correct.
And it's that's a strong.
Right.
That's a really strong message.
This idea of Jesus Christ, I genuinely believe in. Like I don't know nothing, right?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at today. Like I gain tremendous value from the lessons and the wisdom that we derive from the teachings,
Yeah.
right? But I don't know nothing for sure.
Yeah.
But what I do know is this: that I would fall short. I know that, right? I would fall short.
We wouldn't have to say would. We do.
We do.
We do.
So, but with this correlation with Jesus, I like to make this reference. I think that Jesus was the Bitcoin of religion, right? He decentralized religion.
So when I mentioned Washington and Wilberforce and these other guys, right? There's an author, Eric Metaxas, wrote a book called 7 Men. And he talks about the great men in history who gave up their sacrifice. He's a Christian author, but he purposely left Jesus out, right? Because he was like, nobody really compares with that sacrifice level, right? But I am a firm believer that all of these men that he wrote about in the book, they followed, they did, right? They followed Christ's example of giving up of themselves so others could continue. And I'm a firm believer that someday, maybe Eric Metaxas or somebody else is going to write. He wrote another one called, another 7 Men or something. Maybe one day he writes a book on Satoshi and how big the impact is
That's
by
awesome.
the fact that he made that sacrifice. Because it's really easy now. You can look at Ethereum, you can look at XRP, you can look at all these other cryptocurrencies or whatever that all have a pre-mine. They all have CEOs. They all have companies, right? It's super easy to see what happens when you don't relinquish that control. You're just doing a whole other, like, I'm gonna make the next widget, but I want to get rich off of it. I'm not making it to make people's lives better. I just want to get rich off of it. You can't do that with Bitcoin. You can't. And so I think that's I think there's a very strong parallel to the sacrifice that Jesus made to giving up any kind of advantage or power that you have.
Right.
So Satoshi's no different.
Yeah, seriously. These are like the ultimate selfless acts that benefit all of humanity. And if we, that's always what we desire to do, but we always fall short. And so this has to be factored into the protocol, and it is, right? So this idea, we like to think of Bitcoin as like this culmination of hundreds of years of monetary history in cryptography and computer science, like all into, boiled into this, scarce asset, and we're deep into the philosophical side of things. And if you want to,
I really think I like what you're saying, and I really think it's not like, and it is an amazing innovation, right? A lot of things had to evolve and get discovered and be brought together for this to work, right? But I think what's probably most impressive about it is the fact that all those things came together, but really it was just the principle that was applied to it that made it so. So like, you could probably, I hate to say this, but you could technically do that with the dollar if we literally just stopped issuing more debt, stopped printing more dollars, and like when when Musk said, when Doge says they're saving money, they're not really. That money's already spent and it's budgeted. It's going to go somewhere. And he was talking about, well, let's give it back to the taxpayers. No, eliminate it. Right? My dollar will be worth more if you burn that money. Right? But that's not how they work. Right? That's not how it works, because it's a broken system. Right? You can't apply those rules and that principle to the dollar as easily as you can to Bitcoin, because it was started to follow those rules. It was started with that express, goal in mind, right? The dollar was it was a way to give people an easier way to, not have to trade cows for pigs and eggs and, wagon wheel carts and all that kind of stuff, right? It was different.
Yeah.
Bitcoin was made to solve that problem. So it started with the principle.
Yeah.
You can't take that principle and apply it to something that's already broken. You just can't.
Absolutely. That's such a good point. Because previous attempts were made, right? But the principle wasn't able to be fully executed or fully realized because certain technological components were missing, right?
Well, technological components or just human will,
right?
Because it instead of relying on math and physics, it relied on humans. So like the Roman denarii, right? Eventually, you can collect these coins now. They used to be big round coins, and now they have all these weird angles because to make change, they would cut them off. Well, then they melted them down to make more coins, but they said they were worth the same. It was early inflation, right? It's humans that decided to do that. It's like, we're going to cheat the system. So it's like, I truly believe that physics, math, science, it's all God's language.
Yeah.
Right. He designed
certainty. It's like absolute. It's an absolute. These are absolutes.
Yeah.
Right. And that's a good point.
So
man.
Those are the math and science and physics is the language that God used to design.
Order out of chaos.
Right, exactly. To design our environment and where we live in our universe, right? So you can argue with those rules, but ultimately you can't break them. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, because Bitcoin is made from that perspective with math and science, and whether it's done intentionally, saying this is God's language or not, is irrelevant. Those are immutable facts.
Principle applies.
Yeah, principle applies. Those are immutable facts, and you can't break it. So you either play by the rules or you don't get to play.
Yeah.
It takes all of the human side out of it, to a large degree.
Right. And you can't game that system, right? Because those principles, there's a consequence if you go outside of the incentive structure.
Oh yeah.
And so I think eventually what this is going to lead to is the type of bartering ecosystem that used to exist when people had to trade based on good faith, right? Because you wanted to remain, you wanted to preserve that integrity and that relationship because you were codependent on each other's survival, right? Like if you were raising cattle and your neighbor was raising hens or whatever, right? At some point in time, you might experience, a season where, you're going to be leaning on that favor that you paid, down the road. And that eventually leads to a system where you have a reputation established on good faith and good credit, right? And we live now in a day and age where, money is essentially created out of thin air, and there's so much fraud going on around the world that is literally just being, like, I guess at the end of the day, just being, written off and at the taxpayers' expense. There's so many bad actors because there's a broken monetary system where, if there was a truly finite asset that everybody was competing for, all of these additional layers of fraud would evaporate.
Well, we're dealing with infinite possibilities because we're cheating and not following rules.
Right.
Inevitably, so it's really, because this is deep. Okay, so
It's
we're
a cantilever effect.
so let's think of it this way. You and we both have to feed our families, and there's like one animal that we need to feed our families, and it's only enough for one of our families, right? The natural law here says that one of us is going to get that and one of us is not, and the one that doesn't dies, right? That's an immutable fact.
Yep.
It's just in that particular box and situation, that's what's going to happen. So here's the thing. If that is the case, and it's an immutable fact, I can't be angry at you for trying to do the same thing that I am trying to do, right?
Whoever does it best will get it, right?
I can't do it. The problem is, right, we're dealing with infinite possibilities when you're talking about, like, there's more animals and there's this, and then, but then I get greedy. I'm like, oh, well, I want to have more animals than you do to take care of my family longer, or my tribe longer, or whatever, right? So it's like it expands and expands and expands and expands, right?
Yeah.
But if those are immutable facts,
yeah,
right? But now we have so many layers on top of those, and this broken system that you can just endlessly become more and more elastic, right? So the longer it stretches, the more holes and opportunities in that stretch that are available for us to cheat the system and take advantage of other people, and we don't see it.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't even see it as hurting other people.
Not right away,
right?
Yeah.
But it does. And so one of the hardest things about being a Bitcoiner is once you learn this, right? You see, okay, welfare, right? You're like, okay, that person is struggling. I want to help that person. Let's give that power to the government to be able to do that, right? But inevitably, in every case where the government or centralized body of government has been responsible for those sorts of things, right? Eventually, the people grow complacent. They grow apathetic. They feel entitled.
And the budget never decreases.
Yeah.
It only ever increases.
Right. Yeah.
Because they're incentivized to perpetuate the problem.
They're incentivized to not fix it, not work, not put in the proof of work.
They want that same budget every year.
Yeah.
So I love that example you gave, where if everybody was competing for one animal, essentially, so what that means is that not everybody's going to get it. And what that then does, you gave an extreme scenario where, the people that don't get it die. And that is the inevitable truth, right? Yeah. But here's the thing. What that's going to do is incentivize people to find the thing that allows them to have a competitive edge in order to add the most value possible into the market to have their best chance at
that
attaining.
Immutable fact gives rise to innovation and invention.
Right.
And so when you follow immutable rules and immutable laws, it drives innovation and it drives creativity and all of that stuff. And when you take that away with fiat currency, everything just crumbles. Everything just crumbles. And so, it's too many examples to even go through on that.
Dude, I love where this is going, man. This is great.
Yeah.
Well, just to sum it up, since you're on the consulting side and you're helping, I'm assuming I'm assuming you have a few projects, currently in the works. I just spoke with Michelle Weekly and her friend Mel. Apparently, there's a conference in Alaska that's coming up, and the governor is said to attend.
Oh, really?
And apparently, they're really wanting to incentivize people to start building out infrastructure there. So you got to be there. If you're not there, you got to get in touch with this guy.
So this is what we're at an exciting point right now. I was at the Bitcoin Park for their energy mining summit that they do up there, right? And I think it was the governor did the opening remarks. Governor of Tennessee did the opening remarks, right? We weren't allowed to have cameras. All that kind of was kind of not a private event, right? They recorded it, but like no cameras, stuff like that for security and things. We're at a very, and then you've got obviously Cynthia Lummis and all all these leaders and things happening in government or whatever. We really are at kind of a crux, and these things are starting to happen. Yeah, we have to figure out how to navigate them, but it's inevitable.
Yeah,
right.
For sure.
If the system's going to work, if this is going to be the solution. So no, there's fantastic things happening all over, regardless of what's happening, whatever. I encourage everybody to just be active locally, do what they can. I'm a big proponent of the Texas blockchain, TBC, Texas Blockchain Commission, and what they're doing, with my home state of Texas and things like that. We've got a lot of hash raters. Get involved locally, do what you can, right? The Bitcoin days are phenomenal. I love going to any of those, right? Just a little plug there.
And coming up in June in Tampa.
Yeah. And they are they're always great. And I was in Denver for this event at the Space, the new kind of like a Bitcoin Park, but in Denver that's opened up. It's like just these things are growing. These things are, and it's all because people are giving of their resources and their time, expecting nothing in return for the good of the community, and that's what we just need to keep pushing for. So, yeah,
love it, man. Let me ask you one last question. I'm doing a medley where I'm asking everybody the same question. I'm going to compile it all into like a 60-second clip.
Right.
So we're just, and if I'll just ask it to you raw.
Sure.
We'll get it raw.
Yeah.
What does Bitcoin mining actually do for the world?
So, oh man, it does a lot, right? So obviously it's the muscle that is used to verify transactions and create the blocks. That's kind of the technical-ish. It's not really technical, but kind of the overview of it. But really what I like about Bitcoin mining is its ability to utilize wasted energy. We find we are buyers of last resort. So we find energy that would normally just disappear and go nowhere, and we turn it into some actual real work that's valuable. And then we also are able to load balance the energy system. So energy is always there, and it's easier to create and use than it is to stop and turn off, right? It's even cheaper to just generate it all the time. So like in Texas, we are allowing power providers and utilities to actually create energy in an efficient manner, build out their systems in a very cost-effective manner, and we will take that energy when no one else needs it, and then when they do need it, we just turn off. We shut off, power goes through to homes, businesses, all this stuff in times of peak, very bad heat, so they need AC, or if it's very cold and they need heat. So it's like we are solving so many problems with Bitcoin mining. It's really hard to just say, one or two things. My pinned tweet on X, right? If you go read it, it says, if there's any problem in energy, I'm probably off on this, but paraphrasing, if there's any problem in energy at all, it's a safe bet Bitcoin mining will fix it, whether it's nuclear, whether it's power generation, whether it's biomass, whether it's trash, whether it's all of these things can be fixed with Bitcoin mining. Gridless is, a fantastic company showing this, right? Bringing people up. This is what Bitcoin mining can do, and it's the easiest way to do it in the history of any other, in our entire history. It's the easiest solution to fix all of these problems. That's a long answer.
There was some.
You can clip it and cut it. Clip it and cut it.
There were so many good parts. So I'm thinking, okay, if for example, my uncle, he's in real estate, done well for himself.
Yeah.
He wants to allocate some, but he struggles with the fact that it's not tangible.
Sure.
And he doesn't quite understand what you just said.
Bitcoin mining is tangible.
Right.
You can put your hands on it. You go see a site.
So I'm going to play him your answer.
Okay.
That
Give him my tweet. If there's a problem anywhere in energy, It's a safe bet. Bitcoin fixes this. Nuclear expansion, biofuels, anaerobic digestion, stranded energy recovery, geothermal, methane and flare gas mitigation, heat capture, reuse. All of this is now viable and manageable with Bitcoin.
Heck yeah, man.
It's amazing.
Heck yeah. Dude, I love it. Been a pleasure, man.
Yeah,
David,
absolutely. Anytime.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah, we'll do one, off camera so we can actually dig deeper.
Let's go.
But we might have to
Okay,
go
might
away
have to
for
go
a
over-
weekend. To figure it out.
Sounds good to
Yeah.
me, man. Maybe I'll see you in Alaska.
All right.
All right, brother.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Dude, that was awesome. Guys, thanks for hanging with us. That was David. Let me pull up his last name. He is currently on X as Rebel in Texas. David Branscombe. Awesome guy. Learned a lot just now. Hope you did too. Scotty, you want to jump in for a second, or how do you feel?
Sure.
We're just rotating. We're gonna keep this party going. I'm gonna see if we can get Michelle to hang out with us. Well, Scotty,
How'd that go? What was the synopsis?
it was cool, man. He early on in ocean, as ocean mining was getting going, he was I guess he was funding some of their early development. He got in on that side, and he's a consultant. So his story as to how he got involved in the space, his first time here, was inspirational. Like, the guy was at a crossroads in his career. He had worked successfully at multiple tech companies previously, and he decided to to go out on a limb and try doing his own thing, because he kind of felt like he was at a point in life where he hadn't grown. He wasn't developing. And so he said he asked himself, he told himself, it's been like 20 years since I've built anything. So he was he said he was in a rough place where he didn't want to keep doing what he was doing, getting more of the same thing. And so he said, I got to learn something new. I got to try something new, right? Like, where I'm at in life right now, he wasn't happy. So he decided, I got to build something, man. I just got to do something. So he got on YouTube and just looked at a couple like DIY like koi pond designs, and just decided, I'm gonna build a koi pond. Right? And just went out and bought the materials and followed the YouTube stuff and built a koi pond, just because he felt like he needed to do something, right? And as he was doing this, his neighbor comes by and says, "What are you doing, man?" And he's like, "I'm just building a koi pond." "Are you an engineer?" He's like, "Nope." He's like, "How are you doing this?" He's like, "YouTube." He's like, "Interesting. You got any experience with immersion?" He's like, "Nope." So, well, based on what you produced here, it looks like you have some decent skills here. So, turns out that neighbor was the CEO of an immersion mining company, and hired him on to help him build out his immersion stuff based on that one little DIY project in his garage, right? And that guy knew Dennis Porter, and Dennis Porter somehow invited him here. And at this event, when he came, he said he talked to everybody, and he just, essentially dove into the community, and went from working at his neighbor's company to consulting multiple other mining infrastructure companies, because now that he had experience building out multiple immersion mining infrastructure.
What year was this when he started?
That's a good question. I didn't ask him what year this was. I'm assuming this is probably around like 2016, right around that immersion, like when things are really going that direction.
You say immersion, so I've never even heard of immersion. That's a big mining company.
Well, no, immersion. It's just it's a style of cooling. So you can have air cooling and you can have immersion cooling, right? Like it's liquid. It can be more efficient at cooling the ASIC miners, right? Because they produce a lot of heat. So it's just another way of mining. And you'll see it when we walk around. You'll see a couple of these immersion tanks where all these GPUs are literally sitting in a tank of liquid, but it's this specialized liquid thing that
That's supposed to be more environmentally friendly to do it that way, or
yeah, supposedly, because it reduces the electricity consumption, right? But there's downsides, pros and cons to everything. The fluid is fairly expensive, and there's other factors. But his story, just getting involved, and then his philosophical side was fascinating too. We're talking about where inevitably is this going to lead, right? What we're going to see is people incentivized to add real value, to build actual real solution-oriented projects around this.
Under a Bitcoin standard?
Exactly, under a Bitcoin standard, right? Because you have a finite amount of value in Bitcoin, right? And so for you to be able to attain that finite value, you have to add real value, right? And so this is going to redefine how people conduct themselves, right? Because if you're going around scamming, right, you're going to have to essentially you're going to have to restart, start over, constantly, right? That's not sustainable. At some point, you're going to have to, at some point you're going to have to face yourself and ask yourself, what is it that you enjoy doing? What can give you a competitive edge that you can, foresee yourself actually doing? And then fucking do it, right? Rather than just constantly beating around the bush and looking for quick ways to get up. That's the fiat way, right? Where you can extract this value because it's already inflated to the moon. And at the end of the day, what does the government do? There's billions of dollars of debt, of fraud, credit fraud every year that the taxpayers essentially, we pay that burden, right? These bankers, they just write it off, right? We bail them out every time. So
it's a function of opportunity cost. There isn't as much opportunity cost with fiat because you can endlessly print it.
Right.
So if you fuck up doing one opportunity, I'll just move on, and they're printing money endlessly anyway. Right. So then I can just go and move on to the other one.
Yeah.
When you have a capped supply of that currency, that fuck up is going to appreciate in value and continue to fuck you up for the rest of your life going forward. So you have to make sure every decision you make in a Bitcoin standard is the right one.
Right.
Which then produces the best quality of work, best buildings, best employees, because everyone's making sure they're doing the right thing because they want to accrue as much of that Bitcoin as they possibly can.
Yeah. And then you can decide to disclose your Bitcoin wallet address. And if you have a history of good business associated to that address, that's your resume, right? And now if you're a freelancer or whatever, you've got there's a lot of trust built up, right? And you're not going to want to throw that away, right? So it's going to really reshape how people conduct themselves worldwide. Right? And here's another thing: I've been in the DeFi space for quite some time, and I've gotten ripped off. I've gotten scammed so much, and there's quite a few times where I just couldn't believe the audacity.
Scammed in crypto or scammed in Bitcoin?
In crypto.
Yeah.
So I made multiple. So a lot of times you enter the crypto space, seeking profit, right? And so you fall into all these, into all these traps, right? Because you're looking, to 10x, 100x, and there's a lot of opportunists that are exploiting these newcomers, right? So you come to Bitcoin because you can definitely appreciate, you either come because of the philosophical draw or because of the financial draw, and I came from both, but you tend to stay in Bitcoin because of the philosophical reasons. So I had to learn a couple things the hard way, earn, take my licks, and I took my pristine collateral in Bitcoin and I converted it to what people call shitcoins, right? I converted it to various, to Ethereum. And then from Ethereum, I participated in various other coins. And I kid you not, 95% of them failed, right? 95% of these were rug pulls, were just, here today, gone tomorrow. And so
this is 2017 era.
This is 2013, early. I got in the ICO bubble. Yeah. So I have two brothers. One of my brothers told me, hey, buy as much Bitcoin as you can and do not sell it. Right? You hold it, and no matter what, you hold on. And I have another brother who said, "Hey, why don't we try to 100x this thing in the next month, right? Why don't we allocate some of this Bitcoin towards these ICOs?" And so I was torn, right? I'm a young guy.
Were you mining it then?
No. We were just buying it, yeah. But this was right around the ICO time, and there was so much going on, and it's innovation theater, right? You have all these companies, websites popping up, claiming they're going to do this, claiming they're going to do that. There's no real way for you to verify at the time because this is so new, right? People could just throw on a fake LinkedIn, you just couldn't, you didn't really know who's who. So you're in the Wild West at this time. I got ripped off quite a bit, and it it was disheartening, right? But it's also my fault because I was trying to make insane. I wanted to make quick gains, thinking I had some early movers advantage, but I let go of my pristine collateral in Bitcoin and converted it to something that was not decentralized, and I paid the price. Whereas my brother, who held on to his Bitcoin, and I kid you not, he literally sold everything down to his lampshade in his apartment, in his house at the time, to acquire, to accumulate Bitcoin. And he is a multimillionaire today. And he bought himself a house.
He held since 2013.
He held through. He still is holding today. So he just will not let go because he is a first principles thinker. And I wish I had listened to him. My other brother, God bless his heart, I love him. And he's an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, right? So there's a difference in personality. My one brother who bought Bitcoin and held it is because he understood it the way Michael Saylor does. He understood it. He understood economics, monetary history. He had done fairly well for himself. He's an economist, right? He's a professor. So he looks at things through a macro lens, right? Whereas my other brother, he's a serial entrepreneur, constantly hustling and bustling, building new companies, and has done well for himself as well, right? But he is looking for the quicker turn.
How did he find out about Bitcoin?
That's a good question. Oh, yeah. So my brother-in-law is a computer scientist, and he found out very early. Very early. He has also done very well for himself. So these guys, him and my brother that stuck with their Bitcoin are very happy they did so. Yeah. And it's rather funny because, now he has a rose garden in his house, and he's like, he just smiles at it from that time. He's like, hey, he at one point he did actually liquidate some of the Bitcoin to purchase real estate. He did do that at one point. But this was when it had gone from
purchase commercial real estate or residential.
Residential.
Yeah. So you need a house.
Right.
I mean, people
exactly.
do that. Yeah.
That's the only thing he sold.
Which is also really fucking smart.
Right. He bought himself.
If there's something to spend it on, you're going to spend it on that.
Correct. So Bitcoin, in that sense, it is like real estate, a finite resource. And Michael Saylor likes to compare it to Manhattan, right? It is the digital Manhattan. You can, you can only have so much. But, David had brought up this idea that, this community here is comprised of builders, of people who come together to support each other, who have this shared vision to give back. Right, you have a lot of people here who have already succeeded in various other ways that are still around, not because they're looking to make more money anymore. Right now, they're just here because they're so grateful for what this represents. Right, and so now they're like Bob Burnett, guys like that, right, where they've had tremendous careers and now they're solely here because this is
the answer to the problem.
Yeah. Right. It's like, what can you do? How can you be the change you want to see in the world, right? You get involved on the actual protocol level of Bitcoin. And
well, if Jimmy Song was just on Bitcoin Matrix podcast, and he went
through his book chapter by chapter as to how fiat money corrupts basically every facet of life, whether it's the family structure, religion, society, banking. And when you're a guy like Bob Burnett and you figured that out 10 years ago, like I'm sure where he gets his, inspiration is from just fixing all of those issues. He doesn't need to make more money.
Right. He talked about, we had him on, and he went into that, discussing how early in his career, when he first, was able to achieve success at Gateway. He was one of the early computer scientists at Gateway, right? Building desktop computers, home computers. And when he had first, had his taste of wealth, of making like a good chunk of money, he said he had never felt more empty ever before in his life, right? Because suddenly now, like it enables your most selfish desires and destructful tendencies, right? So he had to learn that. We all do, right? But now that he has gotten that out of his system, and you have this opportunity in Bitcoin to this is one of the things we talked about where Bitcoin, in a sense, removes it. It's built on principle, and it removes this human error. The potential for human error, which, as we see now, it's not completely invulnerable. There's still, it's not completely safe, because we see here on a mining level there is now a danger, but on the protocol level itself, Satoshi Nakamoto essentially removed by burning. We believe he burned the wallet, the keys, to those early mines, but by remaining anonymous and not exploiting the blockchain when he had launched it, by pre-mining it to hell, he essentially gave everyone an equal opportunity to succeed and no one an advantage. And usually, all throughout history, what we see is whenever there is an advantage to be taken, it's taken, right? Inevitably. It's not if, it's when, right? And so with Bitcoin, it culminates, to this point in monetary history where, for once, we get to actually build, an economy that aligns with the values, of this country, right? We're in the early days when we were, pegged to gold, that was largely the case. And he's like, hey, we could actually, he said, if the principles were correct with the dollar, it could be like Bitcoin, right? If they adhere to the same principles, but they're not going to, right? So therefore, unfortunately, it's doomed to fail.
You can always fracture the reserve bank. You can always rehypothecate, and because it's already been figured out, inevitably another human's just going to do it.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's he said there was this guy. Shoot, I forget the author's name. There's this author who wrote this book called the seven great men or something, and it essentially attributes these seven figures throughout history who all, in one way or another, self-sacrificed, personal gain for the greater good.
George Washington.
Thomas Jefferson, right? In what way did George Washington, in your
he could have been a monarch. He could have
Correct.
been the king,
Correct.
and he turned it down.
Correct.
And he also never had any kids. I don't know if that was his own.
Really?
Never had any kids.
Are you serious?
And I don't know if that was because his own choice or he wasn't able to, but wasn't interested in his own lineage, essentially. Because if he was king, his whole family bloodline would have been good for life.
Yeah.
Never had any kids and didn't want to be king. So
Yeah, that is the perfect example.
ultimate selflessness.
And why did he choose that path? It's because he had experienced what the contrary looks like. They had just escaped it, right? So it was very close and still very pressing, right? Today, that they say, good times create weak men create hard times create good men, right? Good times create, weak men, and the cycle repeats, right? So if strong men create good times, those men were strong because they had to suffer from bad times, right? And so, unfortunately, it's human nature. And George Washington, these guys essentially, risked their lives to break away from this, monarchy, and they succeeded. They defied the odds. But in a way, you can argue that ever since we departed from the gold standard, that these central bankers, whoever they may be, the Rothschilds, whatever, right? These entities that have throughout history centralized currencies and undermined, the value of those currencies. Those individuals, I think, figured out a way, through the Federal Reserve, through the creature on Jekyll Island, right? This conspiracy, this secret society that is closest to the money printer. They figured out a way to undermine the vision of our founding fathers. And if you think about the British Empire, they probably intended to do so all along. Right? They said, "Hey, go ahead, let them think that they have their own country, so long as we control the currency." Right? Because that is a mantra of the Rothschild family. It's that we care not for the laws of any nation, so long as we control the currency. Right? And I think that that's very well in effect here in America today, right? Because this currency that we have has no intrinsic value. It has no real asset associated to it, aside for the threat of violence, through the military. But anyhow, this is getting off subject. But he essentially said that this author wrote about these men throughout history who defied the odds. And they usually do so because they had to suffer and they had to experience the consequence of not doing that, of not doing the right thing. And then so they then decide to do the right thing because they know the price that the people must pay when the wrong thing is when you just decide upon the wrong thing. So what he says is that he thinks the same author is going to write a book about Satoshi as one of those figures throughout history who, because of his understanding of monetary history and of history in general and human nature, decided to do this selfless act. And we have our theories as to who that is. We have some pretty good theories.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting the timing of the Bitcoin white paper's release, because as you talk about, tough times, what was Satoshi's tough time? He released the white paper almost 4 months after the 2008 financial crisis. So like it wasn't necessarily that he was going through that. It almost seems like a coincidence because of how quickly it was released afterwards. What was his tough times before that? Was it the 2001 .com bomb or blow up, or was it? I don't know. I don't really know the answer to that, but I'm just like speculating. What was his?
So that's a great question. So if you had to put yourself in their shoes, so for
maybe he was just seeing 1971 in real time, the negatives of what was happening, and then creating something to combat it. Yeah.
But there's also the very relevant, during that time there was quite a bit of overreach by the government, and one example was the Cypherpunk'd, right? The Cypherpunk'd is a group of cryptographers, computer scientists, libertarians, right, that got together from all around the world to discuss what an alternative protocol would look like. So at the time, there was experiments, there was projects that were trying to accomplish what Bitcoin accomplished that just weren't quite there yet, right? So you had Zcash, e-money, e-gold, B-gold, B-money, and there was quite a few predecessors to Bitcoin, and each one of them came under scrutiny from the government, right? The guy who created eGold, I forget his name right now, one of the cypherpunks, the guy who created eGold was actually a Air Force pilot, and he was a doctor. He was a pilot in the Air Force, and then he became a doctor. And he was just a gold bug. He loved gold. He understood, how important it was to hedge, to finite, asset. And so he wanted to figure out how to have a digital representation of his tangible gold. So he created eGold. There's nothing wrong with that, right? It's not gaming no system. It's supposed to represent the gold in existence, and you can now have a digital representation of that. Very simple. He built it. And the entire time he was in communication with government, asking them, hey, I want to launch this, how can I go about doing so that's in accordance with your regulations? And he would not get any response. Right? He tried this for years. Guys, this is what I'm doing. I want to follow all of the laws, right? So work with me here. Let's come to some, essentially, do I have your approval to proceed, right? And after years of just being stonewalled, he decided to launch it. And immediately upon launch, he gets a cease and desist letter. And they file a lawsuit against him. And they bankrupted this guy. They bankrupted him, right? So
I thought he was say he ended up dead the next
that's
year.
actually no.
I was like,
nowadays I wouldn't doubt that, but he would have ended up dead had this cat caught on the way that Bitcoin had caught on because he was a central figure. But what happened was he, I think he actually did. He served prison time for creating eGold. I believe. We're gonna fact check this right now. But what this showed the other cryptographers was this guy is an outstanding citizen, just looking to build something to add value, like something that should already exist, right? Digital representation of gold, right? We live in the internet age. Why can't there be such a thing? It doesn't seem like it's a threat to anyone, right? But what he was treated like was an enemy. And so what this taught the other cypherpunks was that there is no way to achieve this working with the current, regime, because the powers that be are, they're ethically, morally, and financially opposed from, allowing a decentralized or even if it's not decentralized, from allowing any competitor to their, I would say to their entire control over the financial policy. So individuals like Nick Szabo and Tim May, and Eric Hughes, right? Guys like that they were all witnessing this happen in real time. And even Y-Die, right? Guys like this, they're all sharing each other's ideas on these on the Cypherpunk mailing list, right? And all these sub threads on the internet at the time. So them they were essentially crowdsourcing this idea of Bitcoin, and with each advancement, one individual would solve one problem that the previous attempt was lacking, right? And then the culmination of all of those combined is what Bitcoin became, right? And so that's why people say, Satoshi Nakamoto might be multiple people. He might be the collection of those cypherpunks, right? Or he might be the one guy who understood it so well that he was skilled enough, like a Nick Szabo, right? Who had enough technical experience to achieve it solely. Go ahead.
Now, in the last ingredient, was that maybe the difficulty adjustment, or was it the absolute scarcity? Because that was one guy created the absolute scarcity, the other one created the difficulty adjustment, and I'm pretty sure it was the difficulty adjustment, which was the last ingredient that was like, holy shit, now we have Bitcoin. I'm pretty sure, because that's what distinguishes it from, I think, the other original cryptocurrencies.
You're right. That was one of the final implementations that made it like, truly be able to withstand the test of time. So, all right, so the creator of eGold, his name is Douglas Jackson. So it says here he faced legal trouble, but he did not go to prison. So he pleaded guilty to operating an unlicensed money transmitting business and conspiracy to commit money laundering. That's what they charged him with, for just creating eGold, right? A blockchain, a digital token to represent your tangible gold. So the U.S. government targeted eGold primarily because it became a haven for criminal activity like online fraud and money laundering, despite Jackson's argument that he cooperated with law enforcement and was trying to build a legitimate alternative currency. So that's how they always get you, right? So we saw it with Silk Road. Ross Ulbricht was entrapped, essentially. And the FBI, as we know, is largely involved in framing various, strategic interests. And I would not be surprised if a lot of the criminal activity, as we know, our intelligence agencies are largely involved in various of the black market, trades happening in real time. And the way they justify it is that if it's not them, then it'll be someone else. And what we're seeing now is through these declassification of various files, the FBI files, JFK files, and now soon this Crossfire investigation on Trump. What we're going to see is these intelligence agencies colluding to undermine legitimate businesses and legitimate, like pioneers, right? Individuals just looking to build. This shouldn't be a political thing. It should not be a political thing, right? The government shouldn't be regulating and it's not true capitalism when the government is playing favoritism, right? Inevitably, they're going to corner the market, and Bitcoin changes the paradigm. So beyond excited to see how this plays out for future generations. But this right here is the ground level. This is where the front lines comes together to discuss what challenges lie ahead, what threats we face, and what opportunities we can embrace. So we're going to find someone else who's on the ground to talk to. Scott, do you know where JMD went?
I think he's sitting right over here.
Oh, yeah? Okay. We're going to pull another thought leader to chat with us in just a second. He's on the phone right now. Okay. Guys, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments. We will get them answered. We want to hear what you're thinking, what your orange pill moment was. And if you have any doubts, if you have any concerns, what better place to get them answered than here from people who work in the trenches of Bitcoin every day. I'm going to get Jack, and he'll be right back.
Yes. Except that when you have a dog, the wife remains the person. When you have a child, you have a stranger next to you. It's really high on all kinds of hormones. And that has lost every last trace of it. It's part of the game. They come back to the 10 years. I have 3 kids, 4 now, and Yes, yes, yes. Come on together. Somehow I have to find out for myself. You like it?
Cara, a hoje é mais focado para objetos. Pessoal, poder nacional para poder pegar Mercúrios, a DVC, são vários conceitos. Poucos experts. A última parte do 10. Então, você paga. Todos os dias é uma. Ah, não, vou pegar ela hoje. Ah, eu vou pegar duas máquinas, eu vou botar uma máquina de segurança. Cada máquina é diferente. Hey man, how are you? Mr. Right? Yes. How's it going? Hey, how are you doing? What's up? Great, great. I mean, if we go to Switzerland, this is not
That hurts a bit. But there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. Find out. It's the issue is that normally the ones you get it right, they're the loudest. So maybe that's 10%, 90% they were just fine. That's another reason. So we are, but we are like reality program, make large teams. We spent just like we played the pool. And the after party there was like we were like if you were there we would be like this with he was rolling the us and the stage. It's crazy. It's really nice. That is there was there. Over here. I need to take a picture. Show me. publish it and share it. How are you guys doing?
I'm new to the mining stuff, so I'm just here learning. Yeah, trying to learn and solve some mistakes. I'm thinking
But you're
I'm doing the master's. I'm thinking about staying.
there was a cardinal. I want to go there.
Sure. So you actually live in this corners. You don't like
So yes, man.
living in a normal state. Once like you're close to Croatia, you can go to
But Dubrovnik is overrated. Oh yeah, it's overrated.
What's the name of the one that's super famous? Yeah, I think it's yeah, I lived here in the Netherlands for a while. So,
Croatia is great. It was the best society. There's no currents, the sea is warm, there's no waves, and there's no waves rushing you all the time. There's calm sea, there's no poisonous stuff in it. I mean, colder, bro. If I'm colder, it's up to 30 degrees Celsius. In the summer, I mean, in the
also Croatia has only salt water because there is a lot of fresh water. Or there is also
fine colder. In summer, it's just me. Yeah. Curious. This one.
Right now it's okay. Did you rent a convertible car here?
Maybe make us you're supposed to.
Yes, I saw. It's so amazing. Like you go out of the street, like so you can just go eat. You can actually be watching the city. Madison Square Garden.
Yeah. Where is it?
I live here, so. There's a lot of. Maybe we'll see that. What do you want to get into mining? Well, I already like 10 miners. but I'm hosting it in Texas. So I have a lot of big miners. I'm sure that's more. Oh, yeah.
Okay, then see you around. Let me know once you get the data. I'll tell our marketing. Message you post.
Apple message, iMessage. They're all about.
They can replace individual components of a band. That's pretty cool. Instead of having to replace the whole band. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, I met him.
What's up, y'all? So this event is coming to a close for the day. We're going to be back tomorrow. We'll start it up nice and early. We'll make sure to capture as many thought leaders as we can. We'll have these conversations. We'll continue these conversations. Thanks for tuning in today. Come back tomorrow. Tune in anytime. We'll be kicking off right at 9 a.m. and just going all day. So you can come back tomorrow for round 2. Come hang with us. And if you have any questions, make sure to drop them in the chat. We want to give you the chance to have any of your questions answered by industry thought leaders so that they can really answer them, essentially answer them professionally, accurately, and not leave any shadow of a doubt. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. I just ended the stream.
Oh, is it wrapping up?
Actually, I'm about to end stream right now. Well, that's the thing. I haven't spoken with John. I was just in the VIP lounge with Jack, and things are definitely, quieting down. So, although Dennis Porter's still here, BTC Sessions is here. The whole team, yeah. Awesome guys.
I spent a lot of YouTube hours with them.
I know. Yeah, so you gotta chop it up with him. So I guess we could bring people out here, but here comes Jack. Jack, what do you think? Are we gonna wrap it up now?
I think we should do one more.
Do one more?
And then.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Who do we have?
Hey,
What should we talk about? Should we spitball the wrap up of the day?
I've been here.
How you been?
Yeah, good. It's
Yeah?
going pretty well.
You feeling kidnapped
Yeah, how
yet?
you been? I saw you doing
till
your
the
vlog,
scene
and I
is-
didn't want to interrupt. So yeah. Yeah, yeah. I was. Yeah, I think I was going through some things mentally.
Oh, was he
like-
pitching you somehow?
Yeah,
Like-
but he had a suit that was like two times too big.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And the reason why I'm here is I'm home mining now. Yeah. I'm doing about 33 terahashes. It's not much, but
Back there.
you know.
Oh, yeah, kind of. I mean, because I wanted
Yeah.
to talk,
Oh yeah.
you know who
Yeah.
Ben Perry
I
is?
mean, I made a pretty good
BTC
profit. I mean,
sections.
I think I made like
Yeah, Ben. Ben
I
Perry.
took
and
one Bitcoin.
so
and
Dante
then
Cook was
I
back
put it
there.
into Ethereum for
Opti
32,
from Bitcoin.
and then I got like
Nico's
0.5 back.
Rustin,
But-
Bitcoin.
Okay.
I don't know. That's like the
Yeah,
all-star.
I already looked
I
everywhere.
know. I'm not trying to name drop.
All right, guys.
That's exactly who.
Never
we are.
mind. We're going to keep this going for a minute longer. We've got Brian here, and we're going to chat a bit about how Brian got into the space. So, get comfortable real quick, because I think a lot of people can relate to. I think a lot of people would find it interesting to hear about your home setup. Because Scott and I were just talking about whether or not it's too late for a small scale hobbyist miner to get involved. Right.
Well, I will say I'm not doing it for the sake of getting rich quick or anytime soon. But I am getting non-KYC sats.
Yeah.
And then there's always this opportunity of if I go solo stake or solo mining, I can just, hit a block by myself.
Right.
And right now I'm running 3 BitAxes, BitAx
really?
Gammas,
Cool.
and then 3 Apollo 2s from FutureBit. Have you heard of FutureBit?
No, FutureBit actually have not. No.
Yeah, they're like square little boxes, and they just pump out a lot of hashes.
Hell yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. That's so cool, man. So that's actually a very relevant point. Non-KYC BTC.
Yeah.
Right. In the future, depending on who's in charge, every 4 years things could drastically change. Right.
Definitely.
So if things continue in this direction where we are being, we're embracing innovation in Web3 and not hostile towards it, then you don't have to worry about that necessarily. But as we know throughout history, wherever there's centralization, there's abuse of power. So this is actually a very relevant point. So someone looking to get into the space, you might not be raking in these insane rewards. I mean, insane, profits. But at what ratio do you think right now, where are you at in terms of investment and return? Is it about 1-to-1 right now? Or?
No.
So you're in the hole a little bit.
Yeah, but by a fair bit. Like I think
So-
I paid about $2,800.
Okay.
And it's about 113 sats. 113,000 sats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So all right. So have you done the math, based on your current?
Yeah.
power? So
No, I haven't done any of the math.
Okay.
No.
So I'm curious what that would look like. At what point?
Yeah.
But you do, like you said, you have that chance to hit a block, right? And that will change everything instantly, right?
Yeah.
And we've been talking about how BitAx, in the last 2 weeks alone, there's been 2 people who have hit, and so awesome stuff, very encouraging.
I personally have a theory that over time, these big, large mining farms, they might die out to just BitAxes. That's my
Collectively,
own.
you mean if there's millions of them around?
Yeah, millions of them.
Yeah.
If people really get that enthused about Bitcoin, they might.
That's the dream. That's what needs to happen. Yeah.
So it'll become more decentralized, and then less decentralized is going to be like a sine wave.
Yeah. I like
also,
that. I hope you're correct.
Speaking of decentralization, I'm mining with
Ocean.
Ocean.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Datum on my
Yeah.
own Start9 OS.
Incredible. Tell me
yeah.
about it. What's your experience like?
At first, it was a little bit difficult. Wasn't running at all. I was using public pool before that. Public pool works great for solo staking. But when it came back to Datum for Ocean,
I found out you actually need to use Bitcoin nuts, and first time I've ever used it. So
I just learned about that from David. David Sarscrum. He he was one of the early investors in Ocean in Datum. Datum is one of their new projects, but he's a consultant in the space. But I wasn't aware of any of that either. Right, this is why we're here, to learn about that. But
yeah, definitely.
Very interesting. So I'm rallying largely around that idea because before I got to meet Mark Artimko and got to learn about Ocean, I had no idea that was even a problem.
Yeah.
Right? That there was this centralization of mining pools, right? I thought anybody within the Bitcoin mining space is a good actor, right? I was very naive. I thought, oh, nobody's gonna.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: they might not have bad intentions, but inevitably things will be abused, right?
Yeah.
Although that might not be their intention, you never know. What the next company that buys them out has in mind, right?
Yeah.
So anytime there's centralization, right, there's risks, and so for them to now offer an alternative, that essentially is like a beautiful workaround because they're not custodians, right? So they don't have to actually follow the same regulatory. They don't have to follow all that KYC AML stuff.
Yeah.
Because they're never actually holding your assets. So it's a direct payout, like it's like smart contract, essentially where you facilitate your hash rate.
Well, it does.
You participate in that pool. You use their templates. They don't know who you are. And it's very transparent as to what is occurring, right?
Yeah.
So that's like what Satoshi would have intended. If he could have created a template, it would have been that.
Exactly. And I think what's really cool about all this stuff is that I could either go solo staking or solo mining, or I can go into a pool. And either or using, I think you can do that with Datum. I'm not entirely sure. I'm still pretty new to this mining stuff. I mean, this is my first mining conference I've been to. So
really? Your first one? Okay.
My first mining, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But
cool, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is it's only my third, but I'm not on the technical side of things, right?
Gotcha.
So every time I'm here, I'm learning.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just asking I'm essentially just picking their brain.
Okay.
But I'm glad you made it around, man. A lot of people are intimidated, by the back end side of things,
Yeah.
but I know you're working on computer
software engineering.
Software engineering.
Yeah, at Florida Gulf Coast University.
Right. So for you, this is it's complementary. Is what you're doing.
Definitely.
Right. You're working with
So we have a partner that helps us
various languages, various models,
Yeah.
and essentially seeing them being deployed in one of the most creative ways. So, just out of curiosity, what here has piqued your interest? Have you seen any unique designs that what's caught your attention?
So, have you seen the mining museum?
Oh yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
man.
that was actually
Tobias,
pretty cool.
Yeah, CoinDad.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's this one day is going to be like a destination site. Like at one
Yes.
point in time, it's going to have a legitimate building somewhere that's a dedicated Bitcoin museum because this is history. It's and I was talking to big BTC sessions and stuff, and I'm just telling them, I'm like, hey man, you guys are the early pioneers here, and at some point in time, the same way we reflect on the founding fathers, right? The people who took a risk before it was convenient to do so, right? Those that stuck their neck out and essentially stood up for what they believed in, laid the foundation for everybody else to stand on, right? And at some point in time, we're gonna 100 years from now, kids in school are gonna be talking about, these
Did you watch
early
that
adopters.
YouTube video
Right.
of
Yeah.
Paul and Mike?
I was not referring to myself, but
No.
hey, we'll take all the credit we can get, right? Thank you, future generations. I'm just kidding. But I'm excited for these people who got going 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. The Samson Maos, obviously, the Nick Sabos, the Wide Eyes and stuff.
I saw Jimmy Song today at FAU.
Did you?
Yeah, I got to talk to him, shake his hand, and all that
Right
stuff.
on. Heck yeah. Samson Mao was sitting in this chair.
Oh, what?
Yeah, we were talking to him.
Oh,
yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah.
I'll have to see him if I can.
Yeah,
I
so-
talked to BTC Session, Nico, Opti.
Yep.
Yeah, they're really cool guys.
Yes, they are. They're, this is a labor of love. And there's nothing, in life, you have to find your purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes people desire, financial gains more than like actual meaning, right? That more than like deeper, personal, pursuits. And so this is a pitfall. I think where you can get the best of both worlds is in this industry, right? Because you get to work on something meaningful, but it can also be extremely lucrative, right? So you get the best of both worlds. Because of course we need money. Money is a tool, right? But if you are working solely for that tool and you're not deriving any real meaning from it, right? It's only going to enable the worst attributes of your character, right? But if you do something for the greater good, right? Now you're actively contributing to something bigger than yourself, and that's like, that's what any figure of influence that we look up to today did before us, right? So like this industry really draws the best out of people.
And I feel like you've always been great at that. You've
I
always...
appreciate you, man. We have our ups and downs. I've always tried in my heart. That has always been my intent, right? So that's why we're here still, right? But of course, in this fiat world where we're treading water, right, where we are having to make ends meet, right, we don't always have the luxury of our of our daily jobs, our daily profession aligning with that, right? And so I made the leap. I went from I've worked in various industries, right? I've done construction. I've done
we've talked about
production,
it.
right? Right. Whatever you got to do to make ends meet, right? But I finally found with this industry an opportunity to dedicate yourself, work hard. You still got to work hard.